To order. Good evening, everyone. In accordance with Open Public Meetings NJSA 10-4-6, adequate notification of this meeting has been provided by advertising in the Courier News and posting notice in the Board of Education Administration Building and district schools and filing notice with the Borough Clerk. I hereby call to order the regular public meeting Tuesday, December 16, 2025, in the Lincoln Middle School Cafetorium, 400 Dunellen Ave at 7:04 p.m. This meeting is broadcast live. For details, check www.dunellenschools.org. Moving on to item number 2 on the agenda, which is the roll call. Mr. Pepe, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Anderson?
Present.
Mrs. Condit?
Present.
Ms. Ibach?
Present.
Dr. Gendrano?
Present.
Mrs. Howard?
Present.
Mr. Satanoy?
Present.
Ms. Schimpf?
Present.
Mrs. Shep?
Present.
Mr. Walker?
Here.
We have quorum.
Fantastic. Moving on to item number 3, executive session. The Dunellen Board of Education will now adjourn into executive session to discuss items that fall within the specific exceptions to the Open Public Meetings Act, CNJSA 10-4-12B. The confidential matters discussed by the board during this executive session include items related to individual privacy, collective bargaining agreements, and personnel. Any discussion that does not need to remain confidential will be made public as soon as it is practical. Minutes of the executive session will not be disclosed until the need for confidentiality no longer exists. All individuals who may be discussed in executive session have been adequately notified. Action will take place after the conclusion of the executive session. So, may I have a motion to move into the executive, please?
Move to go to exec.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we will be back in about 30 minutes. Okay, we are back. Hello, everyone. So, moving on to, sorry, a little closer here. Moving on to, yes. So, before moving on to our next agenda item, looking for a motion to return to public.
Move to return to public.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Now, we move on to item number 4 on the agenda, the Pledge of Allegiance and moment of silence. Please stand. Flag is there. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will you all please remain standing for a moment of reflection and respect for our troops serving throughout the world, our troops who have served, and our troops who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the name of our United States of America. Thank you. Moving along to item number 5, student recognition. I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Dr. Gendrano. Thank you all, families, wonderful students, and the many parents that are here. We're very excited. The student recognition is something we started a bit ago, and each month we recognize students at each of the grade levels who have made a positive contribution to the school community and their classroom and to their peers. We have our administrators with us here today who will speak on behalf of each of the schools. And this is a big photo op opportunity, and so we'll sort of explain. We're going to bring out the step and repeat, and each of the administrators will come up, and the kids that are being recognized will come up. They'll hold their certificates, and then we'll take a brief moment. Parents, you can stand up, come into the hall, into the aisle, whatever vantage you want to get a good photo. And then at the end of all of our recognitions today, we'll provide about a 10-minute break where you can take pictures with the step and repeat, which is two-sided, and all the different family configurations, etc. So welcome. Thank you so much for being here. And we will start with Dunellen High School, and I'll bring up Mr. Lynch.
All right, good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming this evening. It's our privilege to announce our Students of the Month, grades 9 through 12. Our first student of the month in grade 9, Alex Sop Cruz. Congratulations. You can stand right over here. Alex has had a great transition to the high school here and to Dunellen, coming to us from Plainfield. And talking to his teachers, they've been overjoyed with him. He's such a kind individual, works hard in his classes. He's gotten fantastic grades so far. So we're very happy to have him here with us in Dunellen, and our 9th grade student of the month, Alex Sop Cruz. Just stay here. Our 10th grade student of the month, Alyssa Foy. Alyssa, a great student to have here at the high school as well. She's very heavily involved in the drama club, which has been fantastic, and she's worked very hard with the technical crew. And she is going to be the main person, hopefully next year, with the lighting crew. So she's getting trained now and will be transitioning and taking over. And it's been a joy to have her and get to know her. And it's also been a joy to get to know her mom one day, because Somehow, Alyssa lost that phone in school, and we were looking all over. So Mom was more than happy to have her ultimately find that phone again. So that was my first big experience. So 10th grade student of the month, Alyssa Foy. Our 11th grade student of the month, Lydia Salgado Fernandez. What can I say about Lydia? She's been an outstanding student here at the high school. She has grown immensely over the last few years. Teachers speak very highly of her. She had a tough act to follow with her older brother when he graduated here at the high school, and I know she doesn't always like those comparisons, but she's been great here. She was a crucial member of the Coach Johnson soccer team this past year that had 10 wins. So we're looking forward to her returning next year with the soccer and as a senior next year. And our 11th grade student of the month, Lydia Salgado Fernandez. And our 12th grade student of the month, he's a great individual, and I just really like saying his name, Johnny Espinoza Sanchez. Another fantastic individual who had a lot to live up to with his older sister graduating here at the high school. He's a fantastic student, gets incredible grades. He's a member of the tennis team and always, every day, one of the best dressed students here at the high school. And he's always got a smile on his face, which we're always appreciative of. So our 12th grade student of the month, Johnny Espinoza. Congratulations.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lynch. Next, we're going to bring up Mr. Tobin from Lincoln Middle School.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see everyone out here to celebrate our Students of the Month for this past month. Looks like all of our students are here, which is also great news. First, we will start with our 6th grade Student of the Month. If you can come up, Oliver Ramirez. So our teachers are always in charge during their team meetings in putting together a synopsis of what qualifies this student as a Student of the Month. So for Oliver, the teachers commented that he always completes all of his assignments. He volunteers regularly in the classroom to help out. He's also very helpful with his fellow classmates. He's understanding of the concepts and works hard to do so. He completes his work with enthusiasm, and he follows directions and is respectful of the rules. All right, so congratulations again to Oliver Ramirez for 6th grade Student of the Month. Our grade 7 Student of the Month is Eileen Paucar Carrera. All right, Eileen's teacher says that she puts 100% effort into all of her work. She's very conscientious about the quality of the work she turns in, which is evident during class. Eileen made the honor roll for the first marking period. She is polite and respectful to her peers and her teachers, and always has a positive attitude in class and is willing to work with others. Again, congratulations to our 7th grade student of the month, Eileen Paucarver. Congratulations. And our 8th grade student of the month is Celeste Gomez Bonilla. Celeste's teachers commented that she is respectful, motivated to learn, eager to help others. She consistently shows her work, writes neatly, and sets a strong example for her peers each day. Celeste shows interest and enthusiasm in her classes, takes pride in her work, and always does her best. She's a leader within her group, always working hard to make sure everyone is successful. She advocates for herself and her academics and is respectful and friendly to all. Again, congratulations to Celeste as 8th grade student of the month. And congratulations to all three.
Parents, again, feel free to come up to the front, grab a picture. Mr. Tobin. Yeah. There you go. Perfect. All right, and last but certainly not least, I'd like to invite Mr. Tennant up to talk about our Faber Students of the Month. Mr. Tennant.
I'm talking about controlled coming up here for Student of the Month. Gotta love that. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming out for Student of the Month at Faber School. Very excited to celebrate the students' effort and everything they've done to make Faber a great place. Our first student up is pre-K, Amy Zhang. Amy! Come on up, Amy. Amy. I know. Stay right there. Hold that up. Perfect. Amy's Mrs. Keene's class, and Mrs. Keene says she has grown so much since she began with her last year. She's now one of the students who others look up to seek guidance from. She's becoming so independent and is very bright. We are so proud of her in our classroom. Clap it up for Amy. Next up in kindergarten, Joanne JoJo Robinson. Come on up. Joanne Robinson is an excellent choice for Student of the Month because she consistently shows kindness, effort, and a positive attitude in the classroom. JoJo is always ready to learn, follow directions, and sets up a wonderful example for her classmates. Her enthusiasm for learning and respect for others makes our classroom a better place. Clap it up for JoJo Robinson, please. Next up in first grade, Lucia Carranza. When they need it. She is a very helpful and kind student, and it's a pleasure to have her in class. Clap it up for Lucia, please. For second grade, we have Christian Carter Walker. There he is with the Eagles jersey on. Christian Carter Walker is a leader in the classroom. He is a hardworking and motivated student who is eager to help everyone that is in need. He is always kind and respectful. He makes great choices even when those around him make it difficult. He is extremely empathetic and very mindful of how his actions can affect others. Overall, an exceptional student and a pleasure to have in our class. Christian Carter Walker in Ms. Battolado's class. Third grade, we have 2 students of the month. First, we have Amy Obita Garcia. Amy. Amy is one of those students who truly brightens our classroom the moment she walks in. Her kindness, positivity, and gentle spirit are felt by everyone around her. She is endlessly helpful, beautifully organized, and asks the most thoughtful questions to show how much she cares about learning. Amy's heart, curiosity, and steady reliability make her the student who deeply deserves this recognition. Clap it up for Amy. Our next student of the month for 3rd grade is Simon Moore. Where's Simon? Simon always comes to school ready to learn each day and does his best in everything. He loves to help his friends and teachers with tasks around the room and always has a positive attitude. He loves to learn. Congratulations, Simon. Clap it up for Simon. Fourth grade, Henrik Duda. Henrik, come on up. Henrik's extraordinary student, beyond maintaining a perfect homework completion rate, which I never did, and the vocabulary test average of 100%, again, something I never did. He brings enthusiasm and curiosity every day. He is a self-motivated student with endless interests, not limited to, but including geography, morphology, Egyptology, and poetry. Wow, that's impressive. He has the true soul of a detective or puzzle master, making fascinating discoveries and solving every challenge his teacher attempts to throw at him. Beyond academics, Henry is an all-around reliable person who is kind to everybody. He's the first one to tidy the classroom and help a friend, and a true role model, a bright light, and a genius, and a wonderful friend. Clap it up for Henrik. Great job, Henrik. Fifth grade, Sofia Garcia Martinez. Sofia. Sophia is an incredibly well-rounded student, one who is dedicated to her studies and is also confident in herself. She's an absolute delight to have in class, always taking time to help her teachers and fellow students. She is kind and friendly to everyone and models what it means to be a good student each and every day. So lucky to have her in class. Thank you for the 2 years in a row. Sophia, clap it up. And our last student of the month, Adela Jacinto Morales. Adela. Thank you. The special area teachers are pleased to award Adela as a student of the month. Adela's a cheerful presence in the classroom. She works well with others and always willing to lend a helping hand. She's eager to learn and engage with subject materials. Her strong performance across grade levels and highlights the understanding and capability, making her a valuable member of the classroom community. Adele has a wonderful sense of curiosity and truly enriches her learning experience. Her eagerness to explore new topics and ask questions shows her enthusiasm for learning. Congratulations, Adela. Good job. Dunellen community, clap it up for favorite students of the month. Come on up for pictures.
All right, so if everyone would just sit tight for 1 second. Typically, after the student recognition, we would take a pause for photos. We're going to do that, but we also have a very special event tonight. We have 2 board members that we're honoring for their service. This is the last meeting that they'll be serving, so we're going to honor them, and then we'll stop for everybody, lots of pictures and all of that. So, Dr. Gendrano.
Okay, you got it. Okay. So, just so we are at agenda item 6, the first resolution, A. So, be it resolved, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, the Dunellen Board of Education recognizes and thanks Lisa Howard for her service to the Dunellen Board of Education and the Dunellen school community, whereas Lisa Howard has always been mindful of the interest of the Dunellen Board of Education and has worked tirelessly to advance the quality of our school. And whereas Lisa Howard has faithfully and with honor, integrity, and great distinction served the Dunellen Board of Education as a board member for the last 9 years. Be it resolved that the Dunellen Board of Education formally acknowledges and extends its profound appreciation to Lisa Howard for her service and dedication to the Dunellen Board of Education. And then we'll have words. And then, moving on to B. Be it resolved, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, the Dunellen Board of Education recognizes and thanks Dave Walker for his service to the Dunellen Board of Education and the Dunellen school community. Whereas Dave Walker has always been mindful of the interest of the Dunellen Board of Education and has worked tirelessly to advance the quality of our school. And whereas Dave Walker has faithfully and with honor, integrity, and great distinction served the Dunellen Board of Education as a board member for the last 4 years. Be it resolved that the Dunellen Board of Education formally acknowledges and extends its profound appreciation to Dave Walker for his service and dedication to the Dunellen Board of Education. Okay. So these are motions. So looking for a first and a second to approve 6A and B as a block. And if I don't mind, maybe Mr. Walker and Mrs. Howard, first and second? They're conflicted. Oh.
Yeah, we can't.
Okay, fine. All right then. First and second, we have a motion, please.
Move to approve.
Seconded.
Shall I call it? No? Open for questions or comments. Forget the questions. Comments.
I'd like to thank you both for your service and guidance in my first year of serving the board. Appreciate all of your help. Thank you.
I don't think anybody who hasn't sat in this seat could possibly understand what 9 and 4 years respectively can look like serving the board. You both have brought a tremendous amount of guidance and expertise from your respective areas in your profession, and I think that has tremendously supported the board in just guiding us and offering us different points of view. So thank you both. We'll miss you.
Dave, we go back to when I was coaching your daughter. soccer as a little one. And now you've actually given me, there's been many times where I called and asked for guidance on things I didn't understand, and you've always been patient and explained it. Lisa, go back to Princeton. That long weekend, we've been on the board for almost the exact same amount of time. I wish you guys the best.
Thank you.
Sure. So, Mr. Walker, Dave, we met 4 years ago, and I think we were in, what was it, one of the science rooms in the back. And I know we've had a wonderful 4 years, and I've honestly loved debating issues with you. I know that we don't necessarily land on some of the same topics, and that's perfectly fine. And that's perfectly awesome because it provides different perspectives that I know I didn't see, and I hope I shared some that you didn't see, and we came to a really great discussion doing that. And it reinforces to me the fact that we can have great civil discussions and not necessarily be agreeing on these things, but still walk away as friends and have, and continue our conversations and learn from each other. And for that, Mr. Walker, Dave, I am very appreciative. I'm very happy for you. I thank you for the time that you've spent on the board. I thank you for making me a better board member. And I will certainly miss you. And Mrs. Howard, Lisa, we go back to the Dunellen rugby days.
Yes.
That's right, where our kids were throwing that, what's it called? The rugby ball. The ball, okay. Around, and that's when we first met. But I wasn't a board member yet, but I think you were at that time. And I appreciated the words of encouragement from you and also Mr. Anderson at the time to join. I think you said, yeah, it's only going to be a 45-minute meeting, or was it Mr. Anderson? I don't know. Yeah, it's only going to be a 45-minute meeting. It'll be nothing. It'll be okay. You'll be cool. And I went in, knowing you had the confidence in me to move into this role. I took it, and I have grown immensely from our conversations, from the work that we've done together, and we've been through a lot of sticky things here on this board. Thank you for being you and helping me be better. I should have written this down, and I'm sorry that I didn't, because I have a tendency to mumble. But I wish you best in whatever what your next chapter is. I'm sure I'll see you around the town, and please don't be a stranger. And that goes for you too, Mr. Walker. Would love to hear you on the other side of the microphone if that's all right. So, no promises? Okay.
I'm just gonna. I'll add for those of you that don't know. I'm very proud that there's such a big audience for this occasion, because to serve 9 members as an elected board member, unpaid volunteer, continually giving of your time and your energy, and knowing that when you go to the grocery store, someone's going to ask you a question about the schools, or when you're at the soccer game, someone's going to ask you about the schools, or something of that sort. It really is tremendous. 4 years is certainly no easy shake either. But Dave Walker and Lisa Howard have been tremendous leaders on the board. Dave has been the chair of the Facilities Committee. For those of you that don't know, Dave is a director of facilities in Springfield Township. And he brings to the board a tremendous expertise in buildings and grounds and everything that's related to that. He has been just an incredible wealth of knowledge, and he's also led many of the negotiations processes that the board has undertaken. And Lisa has been the chair of the Education Committee for many years. Lisa is a World Language ESL supervisor, and she has a very forward-thinking vision for what education is and can be. And she has been a real champion of the work that we've been able to do since I arrived in 2022. And it's certainly not without both of their supports that we are where we are now. So I'm very grateful to both of you. I wish you the best in your retirement from the board. I know there's a lot else going on in your lives.
There's no pension.
Thank you.
There's no pension.
There's no pension. Thank you to your families, and obviously thank you to the families that are here, celebrating them and allowing them to have spent so much of their time away, in service of the kids and the staff of Dunellen Public Schools. So if we could give them a huge round of applause, please.
Okay, last call for comments. All right, Mr. Pepe, can you please call the roll? Oh, okay. You want me to call? Yes, please. Please call the roll on the motion.
Okay.
Accepting the recognition, thank you.
Right, so a yes vote means you recognize these board members, and a no vote means you don't recognize them.
I don't know who this guy is.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Condit?
Yes.
Ms. Ibach?
Yes.
Dr. Gendrano?
1,000 times yes.
You're only allowed one vote.
Oh,
Mrs. Howard?
Yes.
Mr. Satanoy?
Yes.
Ms. Schimpf?
Yes.
Mrs. Shep?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
The board does recognize itself. Very nice.
At this point, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. We're going to pull the step and repeat out to the middle. Parents, students, thank you. Students, congratulations on the amazing recognition that you received. Parents, thank you for being here. Take some pictures, take some photos, and we'll see you next time. Thank you.
thank you. which is the appointment of student representative. So let me go ahead and read this resolution out loud. Be it resolved, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, the Dunellen Board of Education approves Lisa Marie Nieves to serve as the student representative to the Board of Education for the 2025 to 2026 school year. May I have a motion, please? Welcome. Now your speech? No. Just kidding. Okay, so moving on to item number 8, President's remarks. Before I begin my remarks, I will yield the floor to our student representatives for them to give their reports. So I'm not sure who is going to go first. Queen's going to go first. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. I have the following updates for Lincoln Middle School and Faber Elementary School coming from Mr. Tennant and Mr. Tobin. According to the LMS principal, the school has recently had a lot of successful events and academic capability. On December 2nd, 137 students were recognized at the Honor Roll Assembly with strong family attendance. The PTO also hosted the Winter Dance on December 5th, which gave students a chance to enjoy food, music, and spend a lot of time together. The choir and madrigals also performed well at their concert on December 11th. The principal also shared that classrooms in math and ELA have been updated with round tables and stools to better support small group instruction. Ms. Deanne visited LMS for the second time to work with teachers on effective small group strategies. Students are also continuing to engage in hands-on learning, including a grade 8 physical science lab where students made ice cream from scratch. In addition, LMS staff are focusing on inclusion and student voice. School representatives met with Faber School and the New Jersey Inclusion Project to plan ways to provide a more inclusive learning environment. Teachers met after school on December 8th to continue developing professional learning communities aimed at improving student performance. The Student Voice Group also met again and discussed incentives, group work, and school policies such as the dress code. Students were also offered incentives for completing iReady lessons with rewards including gift cards and a chance to earn a special lunch. Overall, these updates show that LMS is continuing to focus on academic growth and student engagement. Looking ahead, the LMS band will perform at the Winter Concert on December 18th. In January, NJ4S will present programs on anti-bullying, violence prevention, and stress and anxiety management for students, with parent sessions scheduled later in the month. As for Faber, the principal shared that on Wednesday evening, December 10th, the 4th and 5th grade band and choir delivered an impressive winter concert. Mr. Geiger and Mrs. Ferguson led a very successful performance and the students did an excellent job. It was also shared that on December 15th, the Environmental Student Advisory Group will be meeting via Zoom with Rutgers University to discuss the progress, success, and student experiences with the school's aquaponics and hydroponics systems. In addition, Faber has partnered with Bright and Beautiful Therapy Dogs. According to the principal, the therapy dog team supports students by providing comfort, companionship, and emotional support. This week, the therapy dog Flockor will be visiting classrooms at Faber. The principal also noted that on December 16th, kindergarten students will be taking their annual trip to DHS to watch the Polar Express. Students will be leaving Faber at 8:30 a.m. Overall, these updates highlight continued student engagement through arts, hands-on learning, and social emotional support. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here to report the high school's extracurriculars. So in the past month, the drama club had a very outstanding show, Hamlet. It was very successful. The National Honor Society induction ceremony also occurred, and so did the National Art Honor Society induction ceremony. The choir concert, I was informed that it was one of the most unified performances yet, so very great. The Madrigals are also had already had one run-out concert to the Dunellen Hotel, and they are planning to have two more coming up, the 18th and 19th to the Rotary and for the Dunellen seniors. The Drama Club also hosted a movie night to fundraise for their club. Winter sports have already started up. Boys wrestling, basketball, and track. Club photos and senior slants have been completed for the yearbook. Breakfast with Santa was a successful community service event that happened this past Sunday. Spirit Week is currently happening. They're getting the students riled up for winter break. Band concerts have also occurred. Today we just had our bilingualism tests, so hopefully we can get some students that are sealed in bilingualism for their diplomas, a lot of seniors. Mistletoe is happening this Friday. In-school concerts will be happening during the half day right before break, and so will a bake sale. And basketball cheer, a new program that is occurring, a new club, is being, there's a lot of excitement surrounding it, and their first production will be during the 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to let them just say we're going to let them go.
Sure.
It's so late. All right, we're gonna let our student reps go just as it gets late in the evening. Thank you very much to both of you. Wonderful updates as always. And Lisa Marie, we'll see you back next year. Queen as well.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Okay, moving along to item number 8, President's Remarks, or we're continuing on, I should say. Item number 8, President's Remarks. So I do have a few to speak about tonight. So good evening, everyone. Welcome to December 16th, the Dunellen Board of Education meeting. This will be our last scheduled meeting for 2025. The next time we will meet again will be at our reorganization meeting on Tuesday, January 6th, right here in the LMS cafetorium. Please join us as we will be swearing in 1 re-elected board member and 2 newly elected board members. For those joining us here for the first time, the Dunellen Board of Education is the governing body of the school district. We donate our time out of a deep compassion for our students. We are parents and community members just like you and work to make decisions based on what we believe will best help all of our students be successful. The board meets once per month here in the LMS cafetorium for a public meeting that covers school district updates, an update from our student representatives like we just saw, student recognitions like we had just witnessed, important presentations, and school district business that keeps our schools running well. The full agendas of our meetings are posted the Friday afternoon prior to the board meeting on the Dunellen School District website, along with past agendas and attachments. I invite you to join us in our monthly discussion, but if you are not able to join in person, as life does get busy, you can catch the streamed meeting either live, in real time, wherever you are, or in playback afterwards on your personal device when you're able. As always, the meeting agendas and approved minutes are archived on the district website at www.dunellenschools.org so that you can review them at your leisure. So I would like to underscore how proud we are of our students who are recognized this evening. Congratulations to them on their great accomplishments. And I'd also like to underscore a thank you again and farewell for Mr. Walker and Mrs. Howard, and for the wonderful service that you guys have done for the community. We're deeply indebted to you. A couple of notable meetings, and I think some of these were already covered, but a couple to mention that were not since our last meeting on November 18th. On November 19th, there was the Title I stakeholders meeting for Faber School. And this is important as this allows Title I money to be used not just for certain groups within the school, but across the entire schools, meaning that all students are able then now to benefit from the monies that are in those Title I funds. And that has been, actually, it's the first meeting of the year. However, I think it's been going on for like at least 2 years now, something like that. On November 24th, the Title I stakeholders meeting for Lincoln Middle School occurred. And then on December 2nd, the Title I stakeholders meeting for Dunellen High School occurred. So as we move forward, this allows us to open up funds for all the kids in all of the schools. I did have the opportunity to participate and be part of other events such as the DHS Fall Sports Awards on November 20th. There was also the National Honor Society induction ceremony on 19th of November. There was a TCNJ Honors Chorus and Honors Wind Ensemble on the 23rd of November. That was at the College of New Jersey. There was the DHS Honor Roll Assembly that occurred on the 25th of November. The Lincoln Middle School Honor Roll Assembly and recognition on December the 2nd. The National Art Honors Society inductions on December 3rd. The Lincoln Middle School Winter Wonderland Dance that occurred on December 5th. The Faber Winter Band and Choir Concert on December 10th. The DHS and LMS Winter Choir Concert was on December 11th. And we have our DHS and LMS Winter Band Concert coming up this Thursday. As I mentioned, I had the privilege to attend most of these events, and I'm so very proud of our students. And a great big kudos to all of our teachers, staff, administrators, parents, friends, to everyone who made these events tremendously successful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Staying healthy. Healthy kids means healthy schools, which means a healthy community. Bottom line, we encourage you to take the common sense, proven precautions, like washing hands well, covering up when sneezing, keeping sick kids home, keeping current with vaccinations, to minimize the spread of bacteria and viruses that can really impact our school year. As I do at every board meeting, I mention monthly celebrations. In December, we're celebrating the Universal Human Rights Month. On December 2nd, we celebrated the International Day for the Abolition of Slavery. On December 3rd, we celebrate the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. This Thursday, December 18th, we'll be celebrating International Migrants Day. And on December 20th, we'll be celebrating International Human Solidarity Day. I mentioned these monthly celebrations to underscore how important diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging are to our lives and the world around us. With diversity, we're able to welcome and appreciate different views and perspectives, and how that makes our lives richer and stronger. Equity is important, so we are all playing on the same field by the same rules. Inclusion is key, so there is equal access to opportunities and resources for everyone. And with belonging, you feel you are part of something, a group, a community, where you are accepted, valued, and comfortable. You fit in and are an important part of the whole. These things have an unbelievable impact on our community, especially our kids. Open, honest, and genuine communication that is respectful, positive, supportive, fair, and most of all kind goes a long way in strengthening a community. With that said, I'm going to pivot to address the 800-pound gorilla in the room. The board is voting on the renewal of Superintendent Ross's contract this evening, and as required by NJ law, there is a public comment section for you, the public, to comment on the superintendent's contract renewal. I understand from a petition recently circulated on social media that there is a recommendation for the board to not renew Ms. Superintendent Ross's contract based on, quote, consistent, repeated, and corroborated complaints across families. The petition, quote, reflects district-wide concerns, including lack of transparency and last-minute decision-making, unsafe planning around asbestos abatement, discipline failures and unchecked bullying, absence of effective instructional systems, systemic denial of special education services, disregard for private evaluations, failure to implement evidence-based literacy and numeracy programs, poor nutrition quality, despite shared vendors with neighboring districts, and inadequate special education facilities at the secondary level, just to name a few. With the outcome goal of this petition to, quote, restore lawful, effective, student-centered leadership focused on literacy, numeracy, safety, and compliance. I don't typically make it a habit to comment on social media or even comment on social media because the real work has to be done here in the boardroom. What struck me most about this petition were the gross inaccuracies, the misrepresentations, the strategic omissions of information, and frankly, the vague and rather misguided accusations. Indeed, there are some good discussion points that we, as a collective partnership between parent, community, and school district, should and will explore further. But this petition, to me, reads more like a deliberate character assassination than a sharing of concerns or complaints. The melodramatic, hyperbolic nature of a petition which manipulates and represents information that is driven by an anonymous poster on social media, which, by the way, we all know is reality, right? Presents as suspicious and brings into mind malicious intent masked as legitimate concern to lure unsuspecting parents and community members to join. Indeed, there are concerns that parents and community members have about a variety of issues in the district, as we all have different perspectives. However, we do meet here as a board every month, occasionally, more often than that, to hear comments and concerns from parents and community members as a standard and beneficial part of the board meetings. And in between those board meetings, board members, the superintendent, administrators, and teachers are accessible and willing to discuss concerns. Compiling a litany of accusations into what appears to be an AI-generated petition only presented at the meeting when the superintendent's contract is being voted on and not during any other meetings or through many of the other opportunities to express concern is also highly suspicious and begs the question of whether there is a hidden agenda by the anonymous poster or others that unsuspecting petitioners who have signed the petition may not be aware of. Please consider that. Before jumping into each allegation, let's clarify a few points that were incorrectly stated or misrepresented. Number one, the new superintendent contract starts at $205K, not $250K, with 3% increases every year. I am convinced the $250K initially noted as a typo in the social media post was meant to incite and inflame parents. Two, the claim that Mr. Ross would be getting a $20,000 raise is egregious and patently false, again, aimed to incite and inflame. The reality is, Mr. Ross started in Dunellen in 2022 at a salary of $180,000 with 3% increases every year. His salary today is about $197,000. A new contract starting at $205,000 is an $8,000 increase, or roughly about a 4% increase. This is well within increases that other superintendents in New Jersey see. Number three, to put into context, a $205,000 salary for a superintendent in New Jersey, in case you weren't aware, among 32 school districts across the state of New Jersey with similar town characteristics and student size, including student size. In 2024, which is the last year of available data from the New Jersey Department of Education, the average superintendent salary was $216,000, with a median salary of $215,000. The lowest salary of those 32 similar school districts was $180.5 thousand, with the highest salary reaching up to $260,000. And in our neighboring Middlesex School District, their superintendent made $215.5 thousand, $500,000 last year. This is all publicly available information. Remember, these are last year's numbers, and they only go up from there. The $205,000 salary we are talking about would then be, just to put it into context, the bottom third of superintendent salaries among those 32 school districts with similar characteristics. I wanted to be sure we were all working with the same facts as we move along in our discussion, because facts are important. So, let's get into the accusations. Please be aware, I'm going to try to keep these as succinct as possible, as there are a number of items on the agenda, board agenda, requiring attention, and this is only one item. And a good deal of board business will still need to be completed before this evening concludes. Number one, we spoke of or mentioned lack of transparency and last-minute decision-making. With the recent start of construction at Faber to support the free universal pre-K for all eligible Dunellen students, there were some shifting timelines being negotiated between the district and the contractor due to the lack of clarity from the New Jersey Department of Education on disbursement of funds to support the project. Communications could have been smoother, but that information was shared as soon as it could have been shared. Superintendent Ross understands that more heads up would be helpful for the community and has taken steps to ensure this will take place. Please note that it was Superintendent Ross who slowed the contractor down by not agreeing not to allow them to access the cafeteria prior to winter break. Superintendent Ross insisted, and Mr. Pepe, our business administrator, communicated to the contractors that they need to provide at least 1 week's notice moving forward for any new tasks that would impact students, staff, or the community. Please also note the Universal Pre-K Construction tab that was added to the DunellenSchools.org website, which answers frequently asked questions, shares all of the construction updates, and also provides all of the construction documents in case you are interested in the details of the construction project. That's all there. Please also note, on district happenings, as well as school building happenings, are communicated weekly every Friday, in Mr. Ross's At the Helm recurring newsletters, as well as in weekly building newsletters shared by building principals at Superintendent Ross's direction. All through Parent Square, which Superintendent Ross, just so you know, brought to Dunellen over a year ago to facilitate and ease communications to the public. I strongly encourage you, as parents and community members, to take advantage of the plethora of communications available at your fingertips and to not hesitate to reach out to the schools or central office if you have any questions. We are open to discuss. As for the accusation of lack of transparency, all of the work the superintendent does is manifested in the agendas and minutes from all of these board meetings dating back to when he first started in Dunellen in 2022. To put it into context, before Superintendent Ross came to Dunellen, bi-monthly meeting agendas were 10 pages or less, with details and board meetings, with little details and board meetings running for, 45 minutes to maybe an hour tops. This is in sharp contrast to current board meetings, where we are lucky if we finish within 3 hours, as agendas are routinely over 100 pages. In fact, if you want to take a look, tonight's complete agenda is 143 pages. 11 pages for the agenda items that we're going through, and 132 pages for all of the accompanying details and supporting documents. This is all available to the public all the time. We have had agendas that have exceeded 1,000 pages because there was a lot to discuss. And yes, I read them all, as I do every agenda. In fact, on the website, you can go back to 2019, even before Mr. Ross started in Dunellen, and see the stark contrast in communication and transparency. These are facts that you can easily validate at your leisure. Not conjecture, facts. And please, I encourage you to do so. Number 2, unsafe planning around asbestos abatement. Of course, the word asbestos, especially in the context of schools, is unnerving. Indeed, timelines for asbestos abatement in the Faber construction project did shift, but the safety and well-being of the kids and staff in the building has always been and always will be paramount. Not only is the contractor doing the work, monitoring air quality during construction, Superintendent Ross and his team hired an independent third-party contractor completely separate from the Northeastern contractor to monitor and provide oversight on air quality and safety with regard to asbestos abatement and constructions. And to answer the question that you already have in your head, no, kids will not be in the building when asbestos abatement will be worked on over the winter holiday. Number 3, discipline failures and unchecked bullying. Unfortunately, bullying in Dunellen and many other school districts in New Jersey and across the country is not new. What we knew to be the way when we were in school, where punitive consequences like detention or suspension were the norm and were punishment, it turns out giving those students those consequences often did not address the issues underlying the causes of the bad behavior. What those consequences did do was teach kids that when you misbehave, you get a vacation from school. And even worse, you take away valuable days of instruction where students can learn to be better students and be better people. By following Superintendent Ross's lead in increasing district capacity with respect to counselors, interventionists, community specialists, behaviorists, and other roles targeted in this endeavor to help children, especially at the middle school, we give the kids a better chance to get past the bad behavior, including bullying, and give them a real chance to succeed and break that cycle. If you're wondering, why change? What isn't broken? That's what we did back in our day. I challenge that to say that after learning from mistakes, we now wear seatbelts when we ride in cars, don't we? And by the way, did you know Superintendent Ross started the monthly recognition part of the board meeting that you saw tonight to recognize students doing well? Elevating students exhibiting great work has gone a long way to improve on behavior. Mr. Ross started this a little over 2 years ago. Yet another positive change to improve self-esteem and morale among our students and improve the climate and culture of our schools. To come back to this point, when the petition claims there are discipline failures, or specifically bad mouths, LMS, this is insulting to our administrators, teachers, and staff who are there and represents a completely false picture of what it's now like to be in the building. Intervention is a massive investment Superintendent Ross and the school district has made and are making, and it has gone a long way to change the climate and the culture at Lincoln Middle School as well as our other schools. Number 4, absence of effective instructional systems. This accusation, this is absurd and out of touch to think we haven't systematized student progress. A large amount of what Superintendent Ross, the board, administrators, and teachers talk about is curriculum, assessment, multiple tiered supports, intervention, and ML support. Now, it is true that Dunellen currently does perform below the state in many categories. However, the district is now at about a 58% in terms of economic disadvantage in the student population, which we know is underrepresented, as folks don't typically like to report that. And as well, that 58% is well above the state average of 38.1%. And if you are not already aware, the data clearly show the strong correlation between wealth and performance. You may not know, if you haven't been keeping up with the weekly communications and discussions at board meetings, that our growth scores have been tremendous, with Faber School achieving the 3rd highest growth in English language arts of any school in Middlesex County, and top 8 in math. This means we are trending up. Let me say that again. This means we are trending up, and the goal is to significantly outperform our district factor group peers that are schools much like ours. This was conveyed in a presentation earlier this school year at this board meeting right here, and that presentation is available on the website also if you would like to know more. Number 5, systemic denial of special education services and disregard for private evaluations. The IEP, or individualized, IEP process has been and continues to be implemented effectively according to laws and best practices. It's important to understand the context here that at times, identifying the least restrictive environment can result in a decision that is not what individual stakeholders, parents, caseworkers, teachers, expected entering the IEP process. So it is plausible that those stakeholders who were disappointed, even frustrated by the outcome they did not like, would be disgruntled and have a motive to seek other means to get payback for their perceived injustice. No IEP has been ignored. And let me say that again. No IEP has been ignored. Fact. And even though there may be stakeholders who have individual concerns about their children, Superintendent Ross and his team have used a wealth of best practices and support from the NJ Department of Education to build what is an increasingly inclusive learning environment for all students. Number 6, failure to implement evidence-based literacy and numeracy programs. Superintendent Ross has brought multi-tiered systems of support to better catch kids who might fall through the cracks, as well as tools like iReady and Linkit to evaluate kids where they are, to give their teachers real-time data and feedback that they can act on to help kids improve. That came with him. As a district, until Superintendent Ross came to Dunellen, we did not spend a dime on Title II funds for professional development. For those who may not know, Title II funds are federal grants for schools focused on improving teacher and principal quality and effectiveness through professional development, recruitment, training, and retention, aiming to boost student achievement and ensure all students, especially those from low-income backgrounds, get access to great educators. Title II funds pay for things like instructional coaching, leadership development, and even some class size reduction. So in other words, Superintendent Ross directed monies and resources to help teachers and principals become better teachers and principals, which in turn helps our kids become better students. Number 7, poor nutrition quality despite shared vendors with neighboring districts. This is not an accurate statement. Mashios, our food vendor, follows all nutritious guidelines from the federal government. Full stop. Number 8, inadequate special education facilities at the secondary level. The special education department is compliant with laws and seeks to meet all students' needs in the least restrictive environment. I will say, as parents and as a community, you have a right to express your opinions. I will even go a step further and say that it is our duty, and I say our because I'm a parent as well, it is our duty as parents and district officials to provide constructive feedback to make our small town school district successful. I know Superintendent Ross, the board, the administrators, directors, teachers, and staff want to hear your concerns so we can work together to solve for them. In sum, I think amongst the accusations, there may be some concerns that we can work through together as a school district and community. But we need a dialogue, not a petition. And to reiterate, the timing, quantity, and vagueness of these accusations reads more like someone or a group of people with a hidden agenda, trying to disguise it as legitimate concern with dramatic effect with the hope of dragging unsuspecting people into their personal vendetta. And as for Superintendent Ross, since becoming our chief school administrator in 2022, the Dunellen School District has been moving forward after having been stagnant or moving backwards for many, many years. The work Superintendent Ross has done has been transformative for the district, and that's evidenced in all of the presentations that we've presented here at this meeting. With the progress he has made, our sights should be set on continuing to make bigger and bigger leaps forward to help students become the best versions of themselves that they can be. Because at the end of the day, we all want the same thing, which is what is best for our students. We look forward to dialogue with you on that. And thank you everyone for your time and listening. Moving on to Superintendent's report, Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Dr. Gendrano, and thank you for your kind words. I'm going to get into some responses to the petition as well, but I'm going to just start with a couple of other very important items. First, I do want to, again, congratulate Mr. Walker and Mrs. Howard for their amazing service on the board. I also do want to welcome Nicole Moore and Gregory Mitchell, who are both in attendance. Mr. Mitchell, where did you go? Oh, there you are. If you could stand up, and Mrs. Moore, if you could stand up as well. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Thank you both. Mr. Pepe and I had the opportunity to meet with Mrs. Moore and Mr. Mitchell last week and talk about kind of the onboarding process, what the board cadence is like, the committee structure, some of the ethics and other related items. And so our next meeting, which is January 6th, right? 2026, we will be swearing Mrs. Moore and Mr. Mitchell in. We're very excited to bring them onto the board. And congratulations to both of them for their election victories. We're going to move to construction. This is the second month that we'll be discussing construction. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Pepe to present construction update number 2, and then I'll provide some additional comments as well. Just so that you're aware, construction update number 2 will be posted on the website, is posted on the website?
It will be after I present it.
Will be posted on the website after it's presented, along with the first one, which is already there. Mr. Pepe.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ross. So our preschool facilities project construction update number 2. First, project background. This will be the same every update, just some information for people who may be new to the conversation. The Dunellen Board of Education is committed to providing free full-day preschool to all Dunellen families. The first step involved submitting an application to the NJDOE for preschool education aid, known as PEA, funding which was approved in the fall of 2023 and allowed the district to begin operating a PEA-funded preschool program in January of 2024. In June of 2024, the district applied for the preschool facilities expansion grant and was awarded a $3,463,300 grant to offset the cost of the current preschool expansion project. Recap of the last update. So on update number 1, there is a construction, just so you know, there's a construction information webpage now on our district website that has copies of these updates along with other information, including the bid documents, and an FAQ page that has a lot of questions that have been asked with responses that are helpful, and also a link to add to that, add new questions. So the timeline from the last update, the timeline included a special board meeting to award the construction contract and 4 pre-construction meetings involving representatives from the district, the architect, construction manager, and contractor. General updates were provided regarding food service during construction considerations, construction manager level of engagement, and the tentative project timeline. So that's what was in the previous update. And so moving on to this update, I'm going to start with a timeline of things that have occurred since the November 18th construction update number 1. On November 19th, Mr. Ross sent an email to the district staff with an introduction to the construction project. On November 20th, Mr. Ross sent a follow-up email to the district with information about asbestos abatement. November 20th also was the date of our construction progress meeting number 1. And a construction progress meeting is when the contractor, that's Northeastern Interior Services, comes to the district to meet with the architect, our construction manager, and the district team to talk about the project, to give us an update of what's happening, what's coming next, and for us to give feedback and also direction if there are things that we need them to do differently or to reconsider. So those meetings happen every other week, and so the first one was on November 20th. November 26th, the district hosted a baseline schedule review meeting with the architect and construction manager. After the meeting, feedback from on the proposed baseline schedule was provided to Northeastern. So Northeastern gave us their preliminary schedule of how the whole contract would be played out. We met with the architect and the construction manager and came up with feedback, and we're waiting for them to revise the baseline schedule based on that feedback. So that was on November 26th. Next thing I have is December 1st. The district team met to discuss food service during construction, as well as arrival and dismissal procedures during construction, and relocation of staff members during construction. And so we met to come up with solutions to those topics. December 4th, our second construction project progress meeting happened with the architects and the contractor and the construction manager. Later on in the day on December 4th, Mr. Ross sent an email to Faber staff with an update on the outcomes of that construction progress meeting. The next day, December 5th, Mr. Ross sent an email to Faber families with an update on initial construction work. December 8th, Mr. Ross sent an email to Faber staff announcing the launch of a construction information website, as I referenced earlier, and invited them to Q&A session for staff members. On December 10th, Mr. Ross sent an email to Faber staff to provide information regarding asbestos abatement, stage removal, and student meals. On December 10th, Mr. Ross held an optional meeting at for Faber staff members to ask questions and share concerns about the project. Mr. Pepe, Mr. Haynes, Mr. Petzinger, and the Faber administration were also there to provide support. Also on December 10th, Mr. Ross sent an email to Faber families with an update on the construction information website, asbestos abatement, stage removal, and student meals. On December 11th, Mr. Ross updated the frequently asked questions section on the website. On December 15th, a representative from the New Jersey Department of Labor visited the site to inquire about the asbestos abatement plans. He met with Mr. Pepe and Mr. Haynes and left his contact information in case we had any future needs for his assistance. And those are the things that have occurred between the last board meeting and as of yesterday. So as you can see, there's been a lot, mostly in this phase. A lot of that was communication more than actual things occurring, because that's where we are in the construction project. There are things happening, though, and we'll get to that in a second. So some general updates. One is the project timeline, which I alluded to earlier. An initial schedule was submitted by Northeastern on November 24th, 2025. The schedule was returned to Northeastern with requested revisions on November 26th, 2025. Those revisions are based on the discussions of the architect, construction manager, and the district. The following steps will be taken during the month of December. Prior to winter break, the following work is scheduled to take place, and some has already started, on evenings and weekends only. Right now, they are only doing second shift work, which means that they're not doing any of this work while the classes are in session during the day. So here are the things that are happening right now, or about to happen if they haven't already started. Installation of protective exterior fencing and scaffolding and interior barriers. Demolition of spaces that do not require asbestos abatement. Demolition of the stage. And beginning of installation of temporary utilities to ensure there will be no outages of gas, electric, heat, or water during construction. Then we get to winter break. The work that is scheduled for winter break is the erections of barriers. These are full barriers. The barriers that are in place now are just temporary barriers, really meant to just keep people from going into those spaces. But they're going to be putting up full barriers, which are going to have two parts to them: a wooden barrier that prevents you from going into the space or even seeing into the space. And then in addition to that, there will be the required plastic barriers for when the abatement happens to contain any dust or any materials inside that area. The asbestos abatement is scheduled to begin the day after, the day that winter break begins, and hopefully will be completed before the end of December. Continued demolition of the areas that do not require asbestos abatement. If they haven't completed that by the winter break, they'll continue that work, and also finishing up the installation of the temporary utilities so that when we come back in January, there's no loss of heat or anything, or water, or anything we need in the rest of the building. Okay, so that's a look at what's happening now and coming up in the near future. We'll be continuing to share this information in the construction updates so that the public has an idea of where we are in the project and what we've completed and what we're going to next. Some other general updates, or these are more specific updates, I should say. First, asbestos abatement work. Asbestos abatement is very common in older facilities. The type of asbestos being abated in our case is non-friable and does not require the building to be shut down. All safety precautions are being taken in accordance with the law and prevailing best practices. The area being serviced will be fully enclosed with full plastic barriers, and an independent environmental consultant will be on site throughout the process to ensure safety procedures are followed, including ongoing air sampling during the abatement. And just to clarify, when I say independent environmental consultant, that means it's a consultant that we, the district, hired separate from our contractor. So Northeastern has their asbestos abatement company that they're using to do the work. We're hiring a separate company to watch them do the work and test and make sure that they're following all of the safety protocols and to make sure that the area is safe before people come back into it. The next update is on food service. So food service during construction. Meals will continue to be provided in the Faber cafeteria through the month of December. Beginning on Monday, January 5th, when we return, meals will be provided in the Faber gym. Temporary protective flooring has been purchased and will be placed over the gym floor for each morning and removed after the last lunch period. So the gym will continue to be available for basketball games and practices, and the flooring is to protect the floor from being damaged from tables and chairs and students moving around. The next update, Faber arrival and dismissal. Mr. Tennant sent a revised arrival and dismissal letter to Faber parents and staff on Friday, December 5th. The next is before and after care. Our aftercare pickup has moved to door B, which is on the horseshoe. When this report is posted on the website, there's a link here to see an image that shows you exactly where that door is, if you're interested. But that has already taken place, so they will be using that door. Next is the parking and staging area. Construction projects typically require a staging area for dumpsters and temporary storage of materials. For this project, the staging area will be the lawn between the north side of the building and the staff parking lot. This area will be fenced in and locked. Approximately 10 parking spaces will be reserved for construction vehicles, and to alleviate this, we've added additional temporary parking behind the building, which will be there throughout the duration of the construction project. And actually, the number of spaces that we've added are more than the number we're losing, so it's actually helped the parking situation. Next, my final update is construction management. So I've mentioned the construction manager a couple of times. A construction manager is a third-party vendor that provides a service to the owner of the project, that's the district, where they have expertise in the area of construction, and they watch what's happening, and they participate in the meetings. They provide guidance, they provide support in helping make sure that the contractors are meeting the requirements of the contract, making sure that safety precautions are in place, making sure that we are following all of the things that we need to do, to make the project successful and safe. So we have decided to, or we are asking the board to approve to engage Greyhawk, which is our construction managing company. We've used them one time before and had a positive experience. We're looking to hire them for the expansion project as our construction manager. They're already, even without being approved, they're already, because of our prior relationship, helping us out a little bit now with some guidance and help. But once we approve them, we'll be bringing them on for a full-time for January through mid-April. That's kind of the main phase of the construction, where they're going to be here at all 5 days a week. And then it will back off to about 2 days a week after that through the end of the summer, and then we'll kind of revisit and see if we need further assistance from them, depending on where the project is when we get to the end of August. So that's what we're asking the board to approve, and looking forward to working with them. And I can tell you that they have already helped us navigate things that we maybe didn't know how to push the contractors to do what we need them to do without causing additional issues for our students and faculty. So they've already been providing a good they've already been very helpful with this process, and we look forward to continued working with them. And the final section of my construction update each month will be change orders. For those of you who aren't familiar with construction projects, there's always things that happen as a construction project moves forward, where there's things that we didn't know about or changes in direction. And if there's a cost associated with them, there's a document called the change order that the contractor will submit. The architect reviews it. The construction manager reviews it in our case, and then eventually we get approval for the change orders. Since we're still at the very beginning of the project, we have no change orders to the state, so there are no change orders. And that is the construction update.
Thank you, Mr. Pepe. I'm going to just talk a little bit more about construction. One of the pieces of information that was included on the petition was that I have been withholding safety details. Parents are forced to involve OSHA, the DOL, and the state. This is reckless language at a minimum. I will say I received 2 emails from parents prior to last week. I received 1 email from a parent on Sunday that I responded to on Monday. I received my 4th email about this project from a parent at about 4:45 this afternoon. I have been extraordinarily transparent with staff. I have been extraordinarily transparent with parents. When I have information to share, I have shared it very clearly. I have held us, my team, to a very high level of responsibility with regard to communicating with parents, sharing information, making that information visible. We have updated the frequently asked questions. I have met with the DEA to hear any concerns that they have. They have represented staff concerns well. We met with the staff on Wednesday of last week, and it was, I thought, a very productive meeting. We heard from 4 or 5 staff members predominantly. They gave us some very good feedback, and some of that feedback is definitely sort of rooted in a concern, right? And that's okay, right? The point is that if we don't know what people are concerned about, we can't help provide, some assurances for folks. So where we are right now, right, the information is on the website. There's really no more information that we can provide other than all of the regular updates that we will provide. The asbestos abatement is occurring during winter break. There are a lot of questions about asbestos. I didn't know just how concerning asbestos was. I've been in districts where asbestos abatement has occurred during school. All the proper safety protocols have taken place. I've never seen this type of reaction, and that's okay. But with that reaction has also come a response from the district, which I think is well above and beyond what could possibly be expected. We will have our own independent asbestos environmental, what's the name of the company? Environmental Connections company that will be on site as sort of the ombudsman for the contractor subcontractor. So there will be a contractor, a very experienced New Jersey Department of Labor certified asbestos abatement contractor. They will be doing the work. We will also have the same type of company that is working for us, taking and monitoring daily air samples alongside the work of the contractor to ensure that plastic safety barriers are implemented properly, to ensure that negative pressure for the asbestos is flowing outside in pipes that are appropriate for that asbestos to be removed from the building, to ensure that the cleanup of materials and the suits that folks are wearing go into the double-lined plastic containers that they're supposed to go into so that none of that tracks through the building. Right? So all of the daily air sampling will be done. There will also be a final report. The final report will be published on the website. We are hopeful, although we still don't know exactly how many days the asbestos abatement will take. We're hopeful that the completion of the abatement is by the end of December, because we want to make sure that we do test the air, that we have a final clean air quality test. We can put that on the website, and then we can feel comfortable about moving forward. Obviously, before anybody returns to the building, we will have all of that air quality tested. And so we're not going to put people into a hazardous situation. And no, right, if we don't open on Monday, it's not a big deal. If we have to keep closed on January 5th because we have to keep closed because there's some unforeseeable event, then so be it. But we're not going to rush this to bring people back. The idea that OSHA or the Department of Labor or the state has to be involved is absurd. But of course, we welcome their involvement. Department of Labor came and we had a very nice conversation with them. We said, no, we're not abating the asbestos right now. They said, oh, that's great. Here's my number. Let us know if there's any concerns. If OSHA comes, they will see that we are fully compliant and that our contractor is using all the best practices that are required by law. This same type of outrageous language and accusations has occurred in the realm of special education. And I will say, and I'll get to more, but we've had the Office of Civil Rights for multiple states be copied on messages regarding district practices. We've had the Department of the Office of Special Education in New Jersey involved in our work. We've had an investigation, we've had mediation, we've had other things. And despite all of that, the district has never been found to be out of compliance. So when I see language like this, I don't mind the language if it's coming to me. I mind the language when it's put into the public, right? When you see, oh my God, OSHA has to be involved because of the schools, right? People that aren't paying attention are going to be like, oh my God, that's terrible. What did they do, right? The reality is nothing. Nothing's been done. Nothing incorrect has been done. And if something is incorrect that needs to be corrected, the first year that I was here, I think it was the spring of 2023, something like that, the Department of Labor came because the contractor that we were using was not providing certified payrolls. This was for the preschool expansion project, the preschool at the back of Faber. This was the project, I think it was started in 2020 or 21. We had a stop work order. And we said, yeah. I was like, yeah, of course. Like, we're not following the law. We're going to stop. They said, you have to stop. And we're like, of course we're going to stop. Right? We got on the contractor. They made it right. They fixed their mistake. And once it was fixed, we went on from there. Right? We're not going to take health and safety lightly. And we're not going to cut corners. And, I'm very comfortable with answering every single email that I get thoroughly and dutifully, and in a very responsive timeline. And to that point, I did get an email, and I'm going to respond to it right now in writing, because I did tell this parent that I was not able to provide a written response. So this parent asked a couple of questions, and I'm going to answer them. So we recently put up the bid specs for the project. There are a number of areas where asbestos is listed. The question is the asbestos abatement happening in all of these areas? The answer is yes. When you take down walls, when you take down ceiling tiles, when you look at pipes more closely, we've done an assessment of the asbestos that existed in this area, and then you take down some cinder block walls and some other things, you can find things. So yes, there is asbestos on the joints of some of the piping, predominantly in the hallway, sort of around the bend. If you walk in straight to Faber, right, if you walk till about the T, there are also asbestos ceiling tiles and asbestos tiles that are used for some insulation. Those will all be taken down. Where is it being tested? Yes, the air quality will be tested everywhere. Obviously, the highest concentration or the biggest concern is going to be where the construction is occurring. We'll be testing that regularly. We've done a lot of air testing actually already. We have, I think, a very good relationship already with the lab. But as I mentioned, we will provide the final air quality testing on the website. If we note that there's any concerns with the work of the contractor, obviously we'll take steps to remedy that work and ensure that that there's no further issues. I don't anticipate that happening, but what exactly is the evacuation plan if the air quality is less than acceptable? There will not be anyone in the building until the air quality is acceptable, so we don't need to evacuate folks. I see you plan to provide monthly updates. Lots can happen every month, etc. So yes, we will be providing monthly updates, formal monthly construction updates at the board meeting, right? I want to make sure that there is a formal process of construction updates. However, since the last construction updates, I've sent many messages to staff members, 2 very thorough messages to parents, posted them on the website. My messages will not be monthly. The board's monthly construction update will be monthly so that there's a very clear process and procedure that occurs. Lastly, there is what's the reason that this work cannot wait until the summer? Why did the work not start last summer as originally planned? So this project was actually approved in June. Well, I guess we applied for the grant in June 24, right? And we got the grant in November 24. We had an original design for the project, which was going to put the project where the central office is. So if you go down the left side of Faber, there's door H, right? If you go upstairs there are second floor classrooms, and then there's offices in the back. After the project was approved by the Department of Education, the facilities office, our contractors came in, our architects came in, and they reviewed the site and did a little bit more investigation and determined that the offices are actually cantilevered from the ceiling. So there is no actual floor of our offices. There's not like a construction level floor. There's actually, it's all supported from the ceiling. And so what was determined at that time is that if the project moved forward in that way, we would have to redo all of the first floor and all of the second floor above and below where the offices are. So that would be all of the kindergarten classes basically up to the hallway. That would have been a tremendous, I mean, we couldn't have done that project because it would have displaced 5, 6, 7 classrooms, and as well as our offices. And so for the next couple of months, we went around the building trying to find locations where we could fit these classrooms. We want 8 classrooms for preschool, right? We have universal pre-K. We're reliant on outside providers right now to bear that. We're very happy with them at this point. But Faber needs more space, right? When we are expanding. And with all of that, we eventually then did come to the project that we currently have, and that is where we are. In terms of timelines, we have the grant period for the 3.4 million from the state that's being provided is the end of September 2026. And so we don't really know exactly what that means in terms of timelines. What we're anticipating is that we need to have shown significant progress by the end of September, And so then for us to wait 6 months to do this during the summer, right, doesn't make sense in terms of the project. So we've found, I think, a very suitable solution. We have managed to create a solution that keeps all students, all classrooms intact, right? It does not displace any student classroom. It did displace offices. It will be inconvenient for the hallway. We did have to move the meals, right? These are things that happen. But we're not, kids are not learning in trailers or TCUs, right? We found a very good solution for this, in my mind. Lastly, there's a picture circulating. This is a picture that was taken Thursday afternoon from the Faber, the front entrance of Faber. As a parent was leaving, they took this picture. It shows part of the hallway barrier open. This is about 4:30 or so in the afternoon. The hallway barrier is a barrier that is designed to prevent students and staff from walking through. It is not a dust-safe, secure barrier. That's not its intention. I made that very clear to staff members. I probably didn't make that as clear to parents. This was the day when the Genie lift was being used to remove ceiling tiles to ensure that there was better access to the asbestos that was being abated, and that's why that was there. There's a question about plastic bags. I don't believe there are no plastic bags in the ceiling that are covering anything. It's actually just wires. Dave Petzinger made a big mess there, and he's got a lot of wires. The wiring actually has to be bundled. When they do the asbestos abatement, this is a question that I asked the contractor. If you think about an office building, right? You have a drop ceiling. The reason you have a drop ceiling is that there's just miles and miles of cable or wires, right? When you remove the drop ceiling, if you're trying to seal things off, it's actually very challenging because of all the wires. So what they do is they bundle the wires and then they go over and under it and they wrap things and they tape it. They make it very secure, but it does present sort of a hazard. So one of the things they did in the hallway is they actually took the ceiling tiles off early, right? That's why we closed the hallway, so that they could make a plan for the wiring, so that they could determine an overall plan for the asbestos abatement. So I thank the parent who wrote that email for her questions. I'm very happy to answer other questions as they come up. With that, I'm going to move on from construction to talk about goal setting and progress monitoring. So the progress monitoring work with Studer occurred on 12/2. Most of you, I'm not sure, are aware of any of this work. Having the work that's being done in the district on the key priority areas. So at that meeting, we reviewed all the impacts that were set and the progress made through Q1 of this year. We have 6 core priorities. I'm glad that you're all here to hear them. PLCs is one of them, multi-tiered systems of supports, walkthroughs, chronic absenteeism, curriculum implementation, and staff feedback. Basically, everything that we're doing this year fits into one of those 6 categories. The PLCs work, professional learning communities, for those of you not in education, basically data-driven teams that collaborate to find solutions for student performance. December 4th was a big training for the PLCs. This was the sort of gradual release of the PLCs to the staff member teams. Folks at each of the buildings are selecting their data-driven topics for collaborative action. So that's going very well. This work is being led by our learning experience leaders, which is teachers in the district who are being paid a stipend through the Teacher Climate and Culture Grant, which is a $125,000 grant that the district received from the Department of Education. We are one of very few districts in the state to have received the grant. We've used that really as a way to promote teacher leadership. There was a second grant, which was $62,000, which we were also awarded, and that's really what's paying the LELs, the learning experience leaders. The second big framework or key priority idea is multi-tiered systems of supports, and what that is a very structured way to preempt student intervention needs by providing high quality learning environment in the Tier 1 environment, which is whole class. And this is both from an academic perspective and also from a behavioral perspective. We're at different points of sort of evolution here. At Faber, our academic MTSS work is very, very strong. We have been doing this work for many years. It's a very strong academic program. You've probably heard your kids talking about iReady and Linkit and some of the other things. right? Interventionists are using the student data tracker to track student progress. There's also a lot of talk about high quality instruction. We've had a lot of instructional coaches, Deanna Opatoski, Up the Bar, which is a service that provides support for teachers to meet the needs of multilingual learners. And that's been work that we've been doing for many years at Faber now. Behaviorally, this is the first year of the really structured MTSS program. This is Nancy Koster, who is our district behaviorist, and Margaret Gamble, who is one of our school counselors, is working with Felicia Moody, who's our assistant principal. This is really about understanding how do you promote positive behavior and positive culture within the classroom. The first and foremost, before needing to respond to negative behaviors, what are you doing to support the positive? So they're using a similar type of Google form, similar type of tiered system process. And then when students are still struggling from that, we have a really robust set of supports, right? We have our school counselors. We also have our school-based wellness counselors, what are they called? Specialists, who provide an additional layer of support. I'll talk a little bit more about that as well. LMS and DHS are kind of at the beginning stage. They've never really had an intervention model. We introduced an interventionist to LMS this year. As you know, we also reduced the leveling to try to make the classes smaller sizes and much more heterogeneous. That's been going extremely well based on the staff feedback that we've heard. The academic work is, again, in its beginning stages. We're working with a consultant who is going to be working with the TSS teams at both of those schools to narrow their focus. And the work is being led by the assistant principals, Ashley Powell and Lauren Caulfield, being overseen by Megan Drapkin, who's our director of curriculum and instruction. She's going to be meeting with them monthly to discuss their progress, and then there will also be monthly meetings of the TSS teams. We are focusing on sources of data and a clear path to intervention. As I mentioned, the middle school has a new interventionist this year. Our ENL, which is English as a New Language, our ENL teachers at all levels have been pushing in to provide support, and small group instruction has been the priority of that. We've also had folks from the middle school come down to Faber because Faber is really much more advanced in this work. Kudos to the 4th and 5th grade teams especially, who showed extraordinary, tremendous amounts of growth, as Dr. Gendrano mentioned, on last year's state testing. But this is about as systematized as you can get. So that's where we are with that work. Our third key priority is walkthroughs. The team has completed over 550 walkthroughs. This is from 11 administrators. And this is going into classes with an understanding of what you're looking for. So what we're looking for is we're really looking for high quality whole class instruction. We're looking for small group instruction. We're looking for differentiation. And we're looking for the use of assessment. And so we've sort of set those categories up for ourselves, and we meet monthly to talk about kind of the findings from this. When administrators do these walkthroughs, they complete a Google form, and that really just collects data, right? What are we seeing? What can we focus on? What do we need more assistance in? Chronic absenteeism is a big issue, especially in high poverty districts or medium poverty districts. We have been meeting with the principals. We're tracking this now on a weekly basis rather than sort of like hoping that our numbers are low. They are too high. Whoa. Someone just... Ryan, did you fall asleep on the knob there? So chronic absenteeism, our tier 1 interventions is really looking at what can the counselors do to reach out to parents to talk to them about the importance of attendance, getting to kids at school on time. Our 5th is curriculum implementation. The idea of the lack of evidence-based literacy programming is again, that's one of the ones that is, to me, just it's absurd. When I arrived in the district was using Fontes and Pinnell and sort of a weak version of Teachers College workshop model. There was no evidence-based literacy programming other than foundations. Ma'am, was the door locked? Or was? Dave, can we check the doors, please? And just make sure that they're good? Thank you. Megan Drapkin, if you have any questions about evidence-based literacy, evidence-based programming at all, please email her. She loves to talk about this stuff. She is probably the foremost expert on this work that I've ever worked with. We expanded foundations. We have now a very robust word study program in the upper elementary grades. We implemented Heggerty, and now we're using a highly rated evidence-based core resource in grades K through 8 for ELA programming and other supports. So that's just not even one to talk about. We also have a very strong dyslexia screening process as part of our tiered system of supports. We've also added Wilson support and Wilson instruction for students who were not identified earlier. I will say this is endemic of high school and middle schools especially. There are too many students who were not identified through the dyslexia screening process at an early age. We're finding students now in the high school or in the middle school who can't read, right? They've gotten by through word memorization or through cueing or through just kind of being a good student, right? But with the use of iReady, we've actually been able to identify signs of dyslexia, which we can then screen using the tests of dyslexia screener. So we've identified students since last year, students at the high school and students at the middle school who we've provided additional Wilson support to. Wilson is a type of what's the Orton Gillingham multisensory reading support program. And we're looking at additional folks. We have a high school teacher who is doing a leave replacement who has a Wilson background, and we actually have her doing Wilson instruction with a high school student. And so, again, we are looking at students' needs and providing supports for those needs. With curriculum implementation, we've also done a lot of professional development on the new ELA curriculum. We have a new literacy leadership team, which is part of another Department of Education grant that we received. This is for 9 through 12 ELA. As I mentioned, K through 8 is very systematized. 9 through 12, we're working on building putting in a highly HQIM, high quality instructional materials for that grade. So there's a team of high school teachers that are working on that, which is very exciting. And then we have a lot of other work happening, obviously, in other subject areas as well. Math is an area of growth for the district. We are underperforming in math, although 4th and 5th grade math did show tremendous growth last year. We've been using a lot of focus on building thinking classrooms, which is a very highly engaging mode of instruction, as well as small group instruction. Science, we're looking at new resources for next year because there are new standards that the State Board of Education just approved for implementation for the 26-27 school year. And then in world language, we have new heritage classes. We've taken a look at the types of students that we have. Dunellen Public Schools is 60% Hispanic. We're about 18% or 17% multilingual learners. And so when we look at those students, we've really spent a lot of time trying to figure out what is the background of those students. Have they had formal education in their native language, which is almost entirely Spanish? Or have they not, right? What kinds of supports do they need? And so we've built classes off of that. And we have, excellent world language teachers who are providing that instruction. That's been going very well. We've also done a lot of coaching for computer science and STEM. We have the brand new art room at the middle school, which we built, and a new STEM room here at the middle school, both of which have been very exciting for students. And then for 27-28, we're looking at art, computer science, visual and performing arts, STEM, and health and PE as the areas that need to be revised based on updated standards. The last of the key priorities is staff feedback. We have been very, very intentional about working very closely with staff members to ensure that we understand what staff members' experiences are and that they feel comfortable sharing those experiences. We are working with the Labor Management Collaborative, which is through the NJEA. This is a district partnership that we've built with them. We have LMC teams at each of the buildings, and this is basically about collaborative problem solving. What I realized is that I was working with the DEA leadership. I was meeting with them monthly. We have a very strong, positive, open relationship. There's a lot of great information sharing. That type of information wasn't necessarily being shared at the building level, right, where a lot of the change could be made in as direct a way. And so we brought in LMC to facilitate that type of discussion. We've also been using Highlight, which is a program where staff members can provide highlights, which are basically like kudos, congratulations to their colleagues for things that they've done, or just thanks for helping me with that student. These are all published on sort of a public bulletin board that's online through the Highlight software. This year, our staff members have written over 700 highlights to each other. That's 700 pieces of recognition that from one staff member to another, or an administrator to a staff member, saying, you're doing a great job with this thing, or thank you for this thing, or I saw you, help that student who was crying. So that's really phenomenal. 2/3 of staff members in the district have received a highlight, and obviously we're looking to expand that. We use a process in Dunellen called rounding, which is very intentional conversations with staff members. Basically, how are things going? What are some growth points or some areas that we can continue to focus on? And has there been anyone who's been really helpful for you? Our administrators have completed over 90 rounding sessions this year. These are not like, hey, how was your weekend, right? These are intentional, sit down, have a conversation, focus on the information, take the information, onboard it, and then get back to the person. Say, I heard you about this thing, right? And we implemented this change as a result. Or we're looking into this other thing. Or do you want to serve on a committee? We also do 30 and 90-day check-ins with new staff members. This started last year. The goal here is really about trying to maintain our folks who we've spent a lot of time onboarding, right? We do a lot of training of staff members. And so what was happening, again, I was doing exit interviews with people. And I would say, why are you leaving? And they'd say, well, because no one ever asked me yada, yada, yada. And so I was like, why don't we have these conversations before people leave, right? Why don't we have it at the beginning of their time here, and then in the middle, and then sort of, later on. So we do that with every new staff member. We do a 30-day check-in. That's within the first 30 days. We also do a 90-day check-in. It has helped retention in terms of staff members feeling like they are connecting with their administrators. It also helps us understand what the feedback is. So that's been going very well. I mentioned my relationship with the DEA. When there are issues that arise with staff members, I can have a very open dialogue with the DEA. The DEA has always been a very great partner to me as a superintendent. And in terms of districts across the state and across the country, that's not always the case. I'm very happy that we have that relationship, and that's something that's been built on a lot of mutual trust and a lot of conversations. Staff recognition is part of this, and this is something that's sort of just ongoing as we go, but I'll just give you an example. At the last faculty meeting for the middle school, Abby Franklin, who's one of our E&L teachers, led a staff recognition program to honor staff members who exemplify the school's goals on a daily basis. They celebrated Ms. Herrera, Ms. Modi, Mr. Summers, Ms. Travers, Ms. Fikulchik, and then Mr. Tobin recognized Ms. Franklin for her leadership. So again, this is part of the sort of the DNA of what we're doing. Pascual Martinez and Samir Cruz, who are two of our custodians, they're at Faber. You've probably seen them if you've been at Faber. They visited the middle school and the high school as Plory and Snarg, who are two plushy characters from iReady. And they went into the classrooms and took pictures with them, and the kids were like, this is the greatest thing ever, right? So again, this is and so I'll just sort of close this section with commentary about the middle school. It's outdated commentary. It's totally incorrect. It's also demeaning to Mr. Tobin and his leadership. If you walk around this building, if you're spending time in the middle school, this is not the experience of students. It's not the experience of staff members. It's not the experience of the administration. There is not rampant bullying. Teachers who don't know how to control their classrooms, right? Teachers are high quality professionals, right? Discipline is an issue where there are a lot of different philosophies about what type of discipline should be meted out. And I am very happy to have dialogue and conversation about too much discipline, not enough discipline, et cetera. My sense of things is if we're getting to the stage of discipline, we've missed a step. And what we need to do is we need to work on building strong classroom culture, strong school culture first, so that when you restore, right, someone back to that culture, that there is a relationship there to be restored to. Our counselors, Ms. Sanfilippo and Ms. Charasaro, have been excellent with this work. And frankly, it's an incredibly different place than it has been in the past, and it's a very positive learning environment. So on behalf of them, I would just say, again, that type of inflammatory language is misguided. It's also, deeply personal. Another really big section of this conversation is about special education. Special education is a very hard emotional issue because the parents are on one side, and parents are the strongest advocates imaginable for their children, right? And on the other side of it is the district, right? And there is sometimes, right, naturally, a relationship that is at odds. One side doesn't want exactly what the other side is willing to give, vice versa, and so there's sort of confrontation, right? The question is what's being done appropriate, and does it follow the law? And so, of course, again, there's a lot of inflammatory language here. Philosophically, my philosophy and what Ms. Drapkin, Dr. Santinello, my entire team, every administrator in the district believes that we should have students in the most inclusive learning environment that they can be successful in for as much of the time as possible. And what that means is that sometimes we pull students out of self-contained classrooms and we put them into classrooms that are less restrictive because that's what the law requires us to do. And we provide them with appropriate supports, right? And sometimes that transition is hard. That's hard for students sometimes that's hard for parents, right? But it is the right thing to do for students, and it is the right thing to do to the extent that it is possible. It's not possible for every student. Not every student and their learning needs can be serviced even in the district, right? But for students who can be served here and served well, that is the goal, that is the philosophy. To that end, we have a 3-year partnership with the Department of Education that we applied for and we were granted through the 27-28 school year. It is the New Jersey Inclusion Project. It is sort of overseen by All In for Inclusive Education, which is a company, I think it had a previous name, New Jersey Coalition for Inclusive Education. It's been around for about 25 years. And they work to create learning communities where all students with and without disabilities are supported and feel like they belong. There's a lot of grants that are associated with this. This is all free to us for 3 years of professional development support. What this support provides us is site visits, which includes observations, targeted coaching cycles, lesson study designs to ensure that lessons are accessible to all students. And we've received very positive feedback so far. LMS and Faber are the 2 schools that have full support of this program. And we have had meetings on site October, November. They're scheduled for January, March, and April, plus other monthly virtual meetings when they're not on the site with us. We also have access to the All-In Professional Learning Academies, which are about very important topics like universal design for learning, co-teaching strategies, inclusive scheduling, right? We've had many staff members who have attended those because they also believe strongly in the mission. There was a belief survey that was administered at the middle school in Faber. Data was reviewed in November, and from that, there was a mission statement that was created by both of the schools, posted on the wall at Faber. I'm not sure if it's posted here yet, but the team members also have it in their email signatures. Since 2022, when I arrived, we've also taken a look at staffing. Many of you are aware, you might be aware, that we've added 30 staff members since I arrived in the district. And to a person, almost every single staff member has been designated as some sort of support, whether that's intervention, whether that's E&L, whether that is community parent involvement specialist, whether that's school counselors, right? We had 34 multilingual learners in one class when I came into the district. 34. There was a teacher who was here 2 periods, and there were 45 multilingual learners at Lincoln Middle School. So to that end, we have restructured the elementary school. We've consolidated programs, and we've created much more in-class support. And what that means is that we have special education teachers, not paraprofessionals, who are providing support for students with IEPs. At the secondary level, we've added 3 ICR teachers, and we have restructured the resource room so that there's a better flow of continuity from level to level. On the child study team, we have added a speech therapist, a behaviorist, an occupational therapist, a preschool social worker, plus other staff members, 2 other staff members who are supporting LDTC, learning disability teacher coach needs in the district. We have also added 2 new school-based wellness specialists who are in the district providing Tier 3 supports for students who are in crisis. So we have invested heavily in special education. We have invested heavily in supporting students with disabilities. We have invested heavily in providing inclusive learning environments. Professional support and alignment. Obviously, the MTSS model is for all students, but now that includes very explicitly child study team members involved at Tier 3, talking with interventionists and ENL teachers to ensure that everybody understands what the needs of these students might be. Child study team members also participated in the Wit and Wisdom Arts and Letters PD. This is the K-8 ELA program. There's paraprofessionals have received much more training than they did in the past. They have access to All-In's 30-hour course. That's through the New Jersey Inclusion Project. And then we've also provided them with support from ESCNJ, which is in Piscataway, through professional development on inclusion and supporting the role of a paraprofessional. There's been a lot of collaborative walkthroughs. We have a dual enrollment partnership with ESCNJ. We had an interest meeting this afternoon, and this is the goal is to push teachers to get more expertise to help students. This includes Orton Gillingham support, teachers of students with disabilities, school counseling, reading specialists, all sorts of other things. In July, the Department of Education, Office of Special Education, also put out a collaborative working group opportunity with 3 to 5 LEAs. This is the partnership to effectively resolve disputes at the local level, and we were selected for that. And so again, we're working with the state on about as many different things that we can to ensure that we're providing best practices. In terms of outcomes, no judicial rulings have ever been held against us. We've never been found to have denied FAPE or been non-compliant. We just completed an investigation from the Office of Special Education that found the district fully compliant in all areas with no corrective action plan. So we have been fully compliant. The number of students who are taking the DLM has decreased because we've been able to provide more support for students to take the state test. Secondary restructuring and small group instruction has improved academic outcomes. We only have 1 student this year with an IEP who has to do a portfolio appeal process to graduate. More students are spending less time in a restrictive environment. There's more general education exposure, which again goes to the heart of inclusion. And of course, there is always more work to do. We're looking at programming needs, especially secondary programming needs, to be reevaluated. And we know that transition years from 5th to 6th or from 8th to 9th are always hard for students, especially those that might be suffering in some sort of way or have some sort of academic or social need. As with the other claims that were made, the language is just really insulting. Claiming that people who are experts in these fields, properly certificated, well-trained, that they know nothing is absurd and inflammatory. Saying that they have retaliated against parents is absurd and inflammatory. We work with a board attorney, we follow the laws, we do things according to process and procedure. Sometimes parents are unhappy with outcomes, sometimes that's okay. We try to find the most collaborative outcomes as we possibly can, and sometimes we're at odds with folks, and that happens. That is not a failure on the district. That is not a failure of law. It is not our job or our responsibility to provide whatever any parent asks for at any given time. We follow the law, we follow testing, and we follow the IEP and the recommendations of the experts. I have 3 more pages. But that's all that I'm going to say about this petition. I'm going to talk about some other things because there are a lot of really other great things happening in the district. Keep Middlesex Moving. That you know the district, Faber received the Silver Award in 2025. We've been invited to participate in the Gold recognition process. And I want to thank Diana Stares, who has been a huge advocate for us here in Dunellen, for all of the walk to school programs, the bike rodeo programming, all of the other types of things that have occurred. This year, obviously, we have to do a few items, and then we're looking at the gold award and probably a spring recognition, which would be wonderful. We've been working on visitor entry protocols, and this is actually something that is sort of tangentially related to construction as well. There's a program, Visitor Aware, that we are going to be implementing. This is a visitor management system. If you go to like LabCorp or something like that, you walk in, right, and you scan your ID, right? Your ID then goes into a database, right? And there's a database that checks you in and does all the things. From a school system perspective, what that does is it checks you against a federal database, National Sex Offender Database, and government watch lists, as well as active legal injunctions. It can also maintain a list of banned visitors who should be flagged when trying to check in to prevent known offenders from gaining access to the facilities. So this system is basically a kiosk with an iPad and a scanner. Person puts their ID in, it gets scanned, it gets run through the databases very quickly. If the person checks out as being fine to be a visitor in the building, there's a little printout with a sticker that says visitor with your name on it and your picture. And then you would wear that around the building along with your yellow lanyard showing that you're a visitor. We're actually going to be piloting this with our construction workers. Our construction workers have to go through pretty rigorous background checks. They're actually required to uphold the same type of background checks that staff members would, because they're working, in an area where there are children. So we're going to pilot this software, this process with our construction workers. They will have black lanyards, identifying them as being different than regular daily visitors. But we're going to roll that out sometime in January when we can get all the technology set up and things like that. But that's very exciting. If that goes well, we will put one of those in each of the secure vestibules, right? One at each school. And that would mean then that any visitor that came in would be properly checked and vetted. And that would be, again, another excellent addition to the security requirements that are already in place. We had some really exciting grant visits. Give me one sec. So two really extraordinary visits occurred at the end of November. The first was through the Teacher Climate and Culture Grant. This is the second one, the $62,000 grant that we received. On November 19th, we had Pete Mazzagatti from the Department of Education. He spoke with the learning experience leaders who were able to make the meeting. Our staff members did a really wonderful job talking about the work that they've been doing on the Atlas program, AI, and professional learning communities. And then the LELs went and did the PD on the 4th, which was focused on PLCs. And then we were very excited on November 25th, as part of the Climate Change Education and Resilient Grant Continuation, which was the second climate change grant that we received. November 25th, we had the First Lady, Tammy Murphy, along with the Assistant Commissioner, one of the Assistant Commissioners of the Department of Education, Dr. Jordan Schiff, and also Ross Gary, who runs the DOE Climate Change Education Office. They all came to Faber. They shadowed Ms. Cortez's class. Her students were amazing. She sat at the tables with them and worked with them, and they basically got to see the partnership that we have with Drop the Beat Farms. Cody Parker and two of his staff members led the different sessions. Obviously, there was a lot of really cool photo ops and things like that, but it was mostly just the experience to be able to have the kids sitting there doing this incredibly high-level work. Tammy Murphy also took some lettuce back for her dinner that she was having with Mikey Sherrill and her husband and the governor. And we got very, very positive feedback from the Department of Education. Dr. Jordan Schiff was very, very complimentary of our staff and the work that was being done there. So we're excited about that. And then we actually yesterday received information about a new grant opportunity, which is another it's called Climate Literacy Innovation Opportunity. And we will apply for this, and if we get it, we'll be looking to bring this into the middle school, possibly bring in aquaponics or hydroponics into the middle school, and then also use that STEM programming to really promote that and continue that. So that's due in February, so I'll provide more updates on that. We had some food drives over the Thanksgiving break. I want to thank the Dunellen PTO, their partnership with Fish Inc., which was really wonderful. as well as the Carol Fund. And I know these drives are continuing. This is a time of need for many families, and especially in a community like ours. It's wonderful that people can come together and provide support for each other. So very thankful to the efforts of the PTO and the Carol Fund for their support. As Dr. Gendrano mentioned, the DHS school-wide transition meeting was held. Basically, the way that this works for those of you that don't know, Title I funds are available to schools either through a targeted approach or through a school-wide approach. A school-wide approach means that all of the funds can be used for any student within the particular school, which it provides a lot of flexibility for the districts that get them. All of our schools are eligible to be school-wide because they exceed the minimum of 40% of economic disadvantage. And the Faber is in its second year, the middle school is in its first year of school-wide, and the high school is transitioning this year. So assuming everything goes well, the high school will be a full school-wide program next year, which again would free up the Title I funds. Part of that process is a school-wide stakeholder engagement committee. There's 15 people on that committee that includes staff, parents, students, board members. Dr. Gendrano serves on that one. So that is work being led by Ms. Drapkin and then also the DHS administration. Events, we've talked a lot about events, but I just want to shout a couple people out. The Faber Band and Choir concert was Mrs. Ferguson's first concert in the district, and we're very excited that she chose to come here. She had spent some time here prior to being a full-time staff member. She's really made a tremendous positive impact. We're very happy to have her. I know there was a little incident at the end of the concert, but hopefully that's not something that gets repeated in future shows. The high school, middle school choir concert had some very special, as Ms. Piano called it, small town vibes. Special guests including Mayor Salento and others came on stage to sing the Hallelujah Chorus from Handel's Messiah. And then again, the band concert is this coming Thursday. Our Marking Period 1 honor roll assemblies also occurred on November 25th at the high school and the middle school on December 2nd. These are very different. The high school never had honor roll assemblies before, I think it was maybe Marking Period 4 of last year. But Beatrice Jimenez, who is our community parent involvement specialist, has been a great force for this to try to get parents out and really celebrate the fact that this is a wonderful achievement for students. So both events were very well attended in the mornings of those two dates, and we'll continue to have those throughout the year. The other items that occurred, obviously the Fall Sports Award Ceremony. Congratulations to all the teams and the individual players who earned recognitions. And then also on December 4th, we had the Freshman Focus event at Dunellen High School, where this is an annual tradition for the 9th grade students, allows them to hear from professionals about a wide range of topics. This year was, among others, a journalist, a carpenter, a realtor with a PhD, a physician's assistant, and many other folks who shared their wisdom and talked about all of those things. So a very, very positive event. We also submitted today the ASSA, which is the application for state school aid. This is something that's a little bit sort of wonky, but it is very important. The ASSA is used to provide background data for a lot of the title funds and also eligibility for other grant opportunities. Our ASSA numbers are gone over, really with a fine-tooth comb by Mr. Petzinger and Mr. Pepe. And as Dr. Gendrano, this is one of those things that when you look at a score, like the Dunellen's 3rd grade ELA scores against, Milburn's, right? They're going to be different. As Dr. Gendrano mentioned, the ASSA this year, the outcome was that 57.6% of students are economically disadvantaged. That is still an undercount. There's no question that we're probably more like 70%, 65 to 70%. But we've also been able to increase the percentage of parents that are actually filling out those forms because it does provide students with free or reduced meals in addition to other benefits. So anyway, the ASSA is interesting because it has been sort of changing over the years. And in 2017-18, the district was at 48.2% economic disadvantage. And we sort of hovered in the mid-40s. There was a drop during the COVID years where that number went down to 23 and 25%. The reason for that was that the state was providing free meals for every student, and so families didn't have to complete the forms because they didn't sort of need to get that benefit. But in the last 4 years, 49.3, 52.5, 55.8, and 57.6%. So this is who we are, right? This is who is actually in the schools. So this is who we're programming for. This is why we're building systems to support struggling learners. This is why we're trying to build extremely strong early elementary programs. This is why we're providing full day preschool for every student in Dunellen, is because this is a community that needs that. And all students benefit from all of these things. And so, you know, this is sort of at the heart of what we're doing. We also have been running parent ESL classes. This is, I think, the third iteration of this. These are actually being taught by Ms. Soler Botero, who's our new Spanish teacher, who's also a community member, Mr. Umana Vargas. They're sharing the course teaching load. We had about 80 people initially show interest. We have 30 who are attending regularly. This is, again, just anything that we can do to provide support for the community. I want to congratulate Miss Fatima, who had her baby Carson James on Sunday. So she's out on maternity leave, so I wanted to provide a congrats to her. And then last, and of course certainly but not least, but always last, is the enrollment update. And the district did drop a couple of students. We are at 1,326 students without private pre-K. We're at 1,412 students, including private pre-K. And that is 607 students at Faber, 313 students at the middle school, and 406 students at the high school. The enrollment report is also in the agenda online. So if you look for that, that's one of the attachments there. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Very enlightening, and certainly showing the breadth of what's going on here in the district and the work that's happening. So, moving on to item number 10 on the agenda, public comments on agenda action items only. Before jumping to here, just to note that there is a separate section in section 12, where we will have a public hearing and approval for the superintendent's contract. So if you are here to speak on that, please reserve your comments for that section of the agenda. We're almost there. This section is for public comments on agenda action items only. So the board invites public comment from members of our community in accordance with Board Policy 0167 on agenda action items to be voted on only. Public comment sections are intended to provide an opportunity for members of the public to express themselves on school matters of community interest. The board and administration will take notes during public comment, but will not provide substantive responses to questions or concerns raised by individual speakers. If necessary, the superintendent may provide a brief response after the entire public comment period is completed. The board appreciates and welcomes feedback from the community, but is not at liberty to engage in a back-and-forth dialogue with members of the public during this portion of the meeting. Prior to making your public comment, please state your name and municipality. Please note that all statements must be directed to the presiding officer. Please come to the microphone at this time if you would like to make comments on agenda action items to be voted on only. Prior to beginning your comment, please state the action item to be voted on that you would like to comment on.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Green, and my son is a fourth grader at Faber. I wanted to speak about the construction. If I can ask a quick question, Mr. Pepe, what was the last day of
I'm sorry, what's the action item?
construction?
And that is, I'm sorry, what section?
Other items for discussion under superintendent's report.
So that's not an action item? No. Yeah, it's not an action item. Can we hold that until we get to the public hearing?
Can you explain why it's not an action if it's on the agenda?
It's not being voting on.
Can I still get clarification on the last visit of Department of Labor? No, I'm asking what was the last date. I missed that when Mr. Pepe gave that report.
Sorry,
The last date of the Department of Labor's visit.
Okay. Thank you.
So you're confirming that I can speak afterwards?
Well, when we move to the public comment section for the, I think it was the public hearing. Oh, all items, sorry. On the all items, which is item, double check. 18, thank you.
I'm just waiting for the date. You can't repeat the date of the last visit from the Department of Labor?
Well, we could provide that after. Again, we don't provide comments.
You've already said it.
Any other comments on agenda items only that are being voted on? Okay. So this time I'm going to close public comment. Mr. Ross?
Mr. Pepe, can you provide the date of the Department of Labor visit, please?
Sorry about that. Can you hear me? Yes, it was December 15th. Yes.
Okay, moving along. Moving on to item number 11, committee reports. As we started last time, we have a section devoted exclusively for committee reports, and we'll go through each of those committee reports one by one. So, starting with the Education Committee, I will turn it over to Mrs. Howard, who is the chair of that committee.
Great, thank you. The Education Committee met on December 9th. Present were myself, Ms. Ibeck, Ms. Schimpf, Dr. Gendrano, Ms. Drapkin, and Mr. Ross. The Education Committee met on December 9th and discussed a number of items, including a wide range of staff professional development and coaching activities occurring throughout the district, information related to grant-funded work currently in operation across the 3 schools, including climate change education, AP course expansion, school climate and culture, ELA-related work K-12, and an early outreach to families of children ages 0 to 3. Details about the school-wide Title I work being completed at Faber and LMS, and the transition to school-wide meetings that will be occurring this year at DHS. The district's partnership with NJ4S to provide educational sessions to students at LMS and DHS and their parents on topics related to anti-bullying and violence prevention and stress reduction. The Universal Preschool Expansion Facilities Project at Faber, district calendar parameters for the 26-27 school year, and a variety of other items and confidential matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Howard. Moving on to 11B, Personnel. I chair that committee. So the Personnel Committee met on December 9th. In attendance were myself, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Shep, Mr. Ross, and a number of items were discussed, including staffing information for the current year, additional compensation that is being approved on tonight's agenda, a wide range of updates related to the Universal Preschool Expansion Facilities Project at Faber, district calendar parameters for the 2026 to 2027 school year, and a number of confidential items. And that ends personnel report. Moving on to 11C, the Operations Committee report. I'll turn it over to Mr. Walker, the chair of the Operations Committee.
Thank you, Dr. Gendrano. The Operations Committee met on December 9th, 2025, 7 p.m. Present at the meeting were Ms. Condit, Mr. Satinoy, Dr. Gendrano, Mr. Pepe, Mr. Ross. The discussion items included a number of items on tonight's agenda for approval, the district's transition to Blue Foundry Bank, a wide range of updates related to the Universal Pre-K Expansion Facilities Project at Faber, district calendar parameters for the 26-27 school year, and a variety of confidential matters. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Moving on to item 11D, policy. I don't believe we have any updates for that. So we move on to 11E, negotiations. Mrs. Schimpf, would you like to provide a few updates? Okay. Just the date, please.
The negotiations team met yesterday on December 15th.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving on to item number 12, public hearing and approval of a superintendent's contract. This is 12A. The Dunellen Board of Education will now conduct a public hearing regarding the new employment contract for the superintendent of schools, Daniel J. Ross, for the effective period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2030. During a public hearing, members of the public are invited to make a comment regarding the approval of this contract. Prior to making your public comment, please state your name and municipality. Please note that all statements must be directed to the presiding officer. Please come to the microphone at this time if you would like to make comments on the superintendent's contract only.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Heredia Villanueva. I'm a resident of Dunellen. I'm a parent at one point who had 5 children attending all 3 Dunellen schools, and today I only have 1 child left in this district. So I stood before this board over a year ago when my son was assaulted at school. I asked for accountability. To this day, I have seen none. I'm here tonight to speak on whether Superintendent Ross's employment contract should be renewed. But before I get to that, I need to address several critical issues in our school district that began after his employment. Despite the board president's lengthy speech filled with many inaccuracies, the online petition is not anonymous, and the concerns expressed therein are legitimate. There are 2 separate petitions. One is electronic, one is not. And all the board members were actually added or copied in the petition, the online petition directly. Also, with regard to the board president's comment about the timing of the petitions and comments, it would only make sense, since this is the meeting about whether or not we want to renew his contract, that we would be discussing this as a community online at this time. So, since Superintendent Ross took over, our district's academic performance has been poor relative to the state. According to the publicly available test score data, the Dunellen Public School District currently ranks near the bottom half of districts in New Jersey, with overall testing proficiency much lower than state averages. District-wide math proficiency is around 25% compared to a New Jersey average of about 38%. And reading proficiency is approximately 40% versus a state average near 49%. This trend holds at the elementary and middle school levels as well. For example, elementary math proficiency is about 28% versus 39% statewide, and reading proficiency about 40% versus 49% statewide. At the high school level, math proficiency drops even further to roughly 12% compared to 29% statewide, with reading at 37% versus 47% statewide. These numbers show a persistent and concerning gap in academic performance under the current leadership. While our graduation rate remains relatively strong at around 92%, graduation data alone doesn't erase the fact that many students are not demonstrating grade level proficiency on state assessments and are not adequately prepared for college. These numbers have steadily declined since Mr. Ross took over. This information is publicly available, and I encourage everyone to view this information themselves. And I would also like to point out that both Mr. Ross and the board president only addressed that there was an improvement in the 4th and 5th grade level. They didn't even bother to address all the other grades in the Dunellen School District who made no progress at all, and their scores have continued to decline. So while Mr. Ross and the board president talked a good talk, the numbers don't lie. At this point, parents are fed up. Many are withdrawing their children from the district and paying out of pocket for education elsewhere. Even as property taxes reach record levels and the economy remains tough, families should not have to choose between financial stability and their children's safety and academic success. And I want to say that I take offense that you're saying that our underperforming is due to us being economically disadvantaged. So basically you're saying that majority of this community is poor and that's why we're underperforming. It has nothing to do with the leadership or what is going on within this community and within this school district. That is uncalled for. This lack of transparent communication and accountability is unacceptable. Staff members have described Superintendent Ross as a king in an ivory tower, completely disconnected from what's really happening inside classrooms and school buildings. Parents I've spoken to regularly are genuinely afraid to send their children to school. Parents are tired of coming to these board meetings, voicing the same concerns again and again, and seeing no meaningful action. After hearing the board president's very undermining speech, I wonder if this disconnect as to what is going on in the classrooms and schools also extends to this board as well, because you seem to be very disconnected as well. Teachers are disheartened. Those who have spoken out have been pushed out, and many excellent educators have already left, with more planning to leave if this leadership remains. This continued loss of experience and dedicated demonstrate effective leadership in a town of only 3 schools, yet academic performance and school climate concerns persist. As I told you the last time I stood here, it is your responsibility as board members to ensure that every child in Dunellen receives a safe and high-quality education. I remind you of that duty tonight again as you consider renewing Superintendent Ross's contract. As I stated before, there are multiple petitions currently circulating calling for his removal, including one started today that already has currently over 100 signatures, and that number continues to grow. At this point, Superintendent Ross's removal shouldn't even be the central issue anymore. Teachers, parents, administrators, and students, some of whom are here tonight, have already spoken. We do not want him. We demand his removal and the immediate search of a qualified replacement. Superintendent Ross has failed this community, and if this board chooses to renew his contract despite knowing these facts, then you will have failed this community as well. If that occurs, let me be clear, our community will act. We will find qualified individuals to replace every board member if necessary. We are done fighting the same battles and being ignored. You hired him, now you must own that decision and correct it, and give this community the accountability it deserves. And I would also like to say that the president's earlier speech disregards many legitimate concerns and undermines our feelings and issues as a community and school district. It looks like, based on the agenda, that you've already made up your minds. But I would strongly ask that one of you step up tonight to make a motion to reconsider moving forward with the approving of Mr. Ross's contract and consider the collective wishes of this community and conduct an anonymous survey among parents and teachers to see how we really feel about you moving forward with renewing his contract. As I stated also before, I have, for the board president to sit here and say that we don't address these concerns, I have personally stood before this board and addressed these concerns, not just tonight, not just because his contract is being renewed. And there's several parents who have come before this board numerous times as well, only to go unheard. I said, so I'm really offended by the comments, and also with respect to you saying that there's no bullying, there's no violence within the school. I spoke last time about how underreported those SLDS reportings were, and that there was bullying just the day of that meeting, that my son was assaulted at school, and nothing had happened. So again, I just encourage this community and everybody here to go do their own due diligence, go look on the websites, look at the information. The numbers don't lie. The school district has declined and will continue declining under Mr. Ross's leadership, and I hope that the board does the right thing and does not approve his contract. Thank you.
Other comments?
My name is Jeff Best. I'm a resident of Dunellen. I didn't come to this meeting angry, but I am now. I heard a lot of people talk up here about dialogue. Well, apparently you need to go back to school and learn what dialogue is. Dialogue means you give us a chance to speak. What I saw tonight was a filibuster. What I saw was you speaking long enough to make sure that the parents and citizens left this room. You did not give time for public comment. You didn't care what the public has to say, and that's disgusting. As for safety, I am the chief of the Dunellen Rescue Squad. I will agree that I have seen a marked reduction of the number of middle school students who have been beaten in 2025. That's great. But I have responded to way too many students who have been beaten. It's disgusting. Why was that ever happening? Now, perhaps you don't think discipline is necessary, but I don't think that students should come to school knowing that they are going to get beaten on. What are you doing? If a child is assaulted, then you have an obligation, first off, to notify the parents that it happened, and second, to involve law enforcement. I have one parent who is a good friend of mine that discovered that his son was being beaten here in the school for 2 months, and that you had it on camera and did nothing and didn't notify him. Well, his son is now removed from this school and he is now being homeschooled. Why? I have no explanation for this. Because the only word I can say when a child is beaten and the adults who know about it do nothing, the only word I can say is that you were accomplices. And that will not be tolerated. I didn't come here angry. I came to talk about test scores, and I came to talk about student performances. I came to talk about that if a school system is failing to educate, that you need to look at the top, at the problem that comes from the top. But what I saw here tonight was disgusting. You lectured the people. You went on a tirade. You gave a speech that was designed. The only person I've seen do a longer speech was Cory Booker. When were you going to let the public speak? Because that is literally a constitutional right to address our government for redress of our grievances. And what you did tonight was attempting to remove that. Now, perhaps civics and the Constitution need to be taught in this school. And maybe that's a required course that you should be going through. Because our Supreme Court said that the people have the right to petition their government, even if what they say is going to make you uncomfortable. And it's difficult to hear at times. I understand it. Look, I hear complaints from people. They complain about what I do. And addressing those complaints is important. But if you're saying that you want to have dialogue with the people, how many people came here tonight to have dialogue, to speak? And it took until after 10 o'clock at night at a meeting that started at 7 for them to be able to speak. You tried to wait them out. You tried to make sure they weren't going to be able to go to work in the morning if they continued to stay here. It's inexcusable. And I'm sorry, I know I don't even have kids in the school, but right now I want to start a recall petition to remove all the board members because you let this happen. I'm not asking for Superintendent Ross just to not be renewed. At this point, I am asking for all of you to take a real good look at what you're doing. We have 2 new board members that are about to come in. And before the elected new board members are here, we're trying to extend a contract that's going to go farther than their term of service. I find that interesting. The citizens voted for people to take positions on the board, and they're not going to be able to speak at all during their term of service about whether or not we should renew this contract. It seems awfully convenient to me. I would seriously suggest that you wait until January and you give the elected representatives an opportunity to participate in the democratic process. Well, I think I've said enough. Have yourself a good night.
Thank you.
Chiara Kupiak. I'm a resident of Dunellen. Before I start the speech that I prepared for all of you, I would like to comment on something that was said tonight. You both use the word vindictive, and you both said that the community had a hidden agenda. It seemed to me, by what I just witnessed for the past 1.5 or almost 2 hours here, is that you were being vindictive to the community, and you had a hidden agenda tonight. Your hidden agenda was to try and get us out of here. And everything that you said was vindictive to everything that you knew was coming. So I just wanted to start with that. Now, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. I come here wearing 3 different hats tonight. First, I'm the mother of 2 sons, one in 8th grade and one in 2nd grade. Second, I'm an educator myself, with many years of experience and in very different roles. And third, and very important, I'm the proud wife of one of the most respected veteran teachers in this district that has dedicated his entire career to teaching every single one of you. And I'm looking at faces that my husband is teaching right now or has taught in the past, so you know who I'm talking about. I share this not for emphasis, but for transparency. What I'm about to say comes from a deep personal investment, professional knowledge, and a genuine love for this school district. Over the past 3 years, I have observed a pattern in leadership decisions made by our superintendent. From my perspective and the perspective of many other people I've spoken to, these decisions have consistently prioritized expansion, appearance, and resume building over what truly matters, which is student learning, teacher voice, and community trust. We have seen the creation of several new positions funded through temporary grants, positions that will eventually disappear once the grant money runs out. While they may look impressive on paper, they leave our district vulnerable and unstable in long term. This initiative may enhance a resume, but they do not strengthen the school system in a sustainable way. We have also seen the introduction of new data and assessment platforms, such as Lincoln and iReady, and I'm so glad that you brought that up. They were implemented without meaningful teacher input and collaboration. Teachers were told to use them, not asked. Our children are now spending significant instructional time being assessed, yet, despite all this data collection, our district academic numbers continue to decline. This raises a very important question. If the data is not being used to drive instructional change, to support teachers, and to meet student needs, then what is its purpose? The introduction alone seems to be the goal, not the follow-through. Once the system is in place, it can be listed as an accomplishment, but the hard work of using the data to actually improve learning never fully happens. This has been implemented for 3 years. Finally now, with the PLC, the data is starting to actually being looked at to drive instruction. Equally concerning is the ongoing lack of communication with both parents and teachers. A clear example of this is the removal of the honor courses at the middle school. This was a significant instructional shift that directly impacted students and families. Yet, it was communicated to teachers and parents less than a week before the start of the school year, with absolutely no explanation and no opportunity for discussion. A decision of this magnitude should have involved teachers, administrators, counselors, and perhaps even students. Instead, it was made centrally without collaboration and simply announced. Unfortunately, this has become a pattern rather than an exception. From day one, the superintendent adopted the motto, small town vibes. I remember well that initial conversation, Mr. Ross, that you and I had. I was a board member back then because I was the one that used this concept to describe to you what Dunellen truly is. I was hopeful when it became the superintendent motto. I believe it would guide leadership grounded in relationship, transparency, and community voice. Sadly, that promise has not been upheld. The actions that we have seen reflect the complete opposite. Top-down decision-making, very limited engagement with staff and family, and a lack of investment in the people who make this small town special, our children and our teachers. Finally, I want to speak both as a parent and as an educator about instructional changes that are not improving learning. My 8th grade son recently came home upset because, unlike previous years, in class they're no longer reading full novels. Students are not engaging in deep character analysis, making inferences, and being pushed to think critically. Instead, they're using a new arts and letter language arts material. I actually brought the book with me if any of you would like to see it. And I would like to speak directly now to the ones of you that I know are educators, Mrs. Howard, Mrs. Shim, Mr. Anderson. I have the book if you would like to look at it. What you will see, it's the same table, repeated over and over and over, every day, all day. This is not rigorous instruction. This is not meaningful literacy development. It is certainly not preparing students for high school or beyond. As a district, we should be striving to raise expectations, not lower them. We should be empowering teachers, not restricting them to scripted materials that diminish professional judgment and student engagement. Teacher morale in this district is at the lowest it has ever been, largely due to a lack of compassion and empathy from the district leadership. Teachers are consistently told what will happen rather than being included in the decision that directly impact their classroom and students. I want to stop there and comment on something that specifically you brought up, Mr. Ross. You brought up the high quality material for language arts. No, the teachers are not being part of the decisions. Again, there was a meeting and the teachers were showed the material. So I want to make sure that everyone in the audience understand that a lot of the things that were presented today, it's not truly what's happening inside these buildings. There have been instances where teachers facing serious personal challenges were not treated as professionals or even as human beings, but were simply told no, without flexibility or understanding. This is not small town vibes. This is a cold top-down leadership. The superintendent also instituted an instructional coaching program, one that, if implemented well, could be transformative. As a former instructional coach myself, I understand the power of such a model. However, I've yet to understand how instructional coaching in this district is actually functioning. Many teachers continue to struggle with classroom management and student behavior, yet there is a little evidence that coaching is addressing these very real needs. At the same time, the superintendent has refused to implement a clear district-wide discipline policy or consistency cell phone policy. Teachers are being asked to manage increasingly challenging behaviors without systemic support. Coaching alone cannot fix this. Leadership and policy must be part of the solution. Finally, I would like to address a deeply troubling issue related to priorities and equity. In reviewing the proposed contract, I noticed that the superintendent will receive up to $12,000 per year in tuition reimbursement for himself. This is shameful when compared to what teachers receive in this district. A small pool that gets divided by the amount of teachers that apply. There are teachers in the district, like my husband, who have dedicated their entire professional lives to the children of Dunellen, yet have been unable to further their education because, quite frankly, a teacher in this town, on the salary that teachers made in this town, cannot afford to do so. Meanwhile, we're asked to approve up to $12,000 per year for the superintendent on top of the salary he's receiving of $205,000. This speaks volume about value and priorities. For all of these reasons, I respectfully urge the board to vote against renewing the superintendent's contract for another 5 years. This decision is not about personalities, it's about leadership, vision, and accountability. It is about ensuring that the next chapter of this district is centered on students, teachers, and the community, and not optics, because that's all you've been doing. Our children deserve better. Our teachers deserve a voice, and this community deserves leadership that truly reflects the value of this small town. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Hello. Stop a little bit. My name is Josephine Stocker. I have 2 kids in the district, an 8th grader and a 1st grader. Get my little script here. Okay. I'm here tonight both as a parent and a lifelong member of this community. I grew up in Dunellen and attended our schools from start to finish, even including Whittier. I always imagined my own kids would do the same. Unfortunately, because of the lack of confidence in the current superintendent, that is no longer something I feel certain or comfortable about. My daughter is currently in 8th grade. Like I said, she's a very bright student. She's definitely on the other end of the students that you guys are seemingly only talking about. She loves learning and thrives when she's challenged, and yet my husband and I are now seriously discussing whether we need to send her to a different high school. This district does not appear to prioritize or support its higher achieving students. One of my biggest concerns, obviously, was the decision to eliminate honors classes at the middle school level. This was announced just 2 weeks or so before the school year began, leaving teachers scrambling to redesign their curriculum and manage mixed classrooms with little guidance or preparation. Since then, as far as I'm aware, there has been no meaningful enrichment in place for gifted and talented middle school students. Those children are being overlooked, under-challenged, and left bored, and that's not a recipe for long-term academic success. I also witnessed abrupt last-minute changes in the elementary level. For example, 1st grade spelling tests were removed after a few months. From what I've gathered, it was an email that was sent to the teachers the same day it was announced to us. I can get behind a study that, 1st graders don't need to be taking spelling tests. I get it. The problem with me is that these last-minute changes to the curriculum, it creates a sense of instability and a lack of trust. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Kimberly Green again from Faber. The word vindictiveness has been tossed around, and I just wanted to share, 4 years ago I started subbing at Faber. I started subbing in September, and by December, Mr. Ross recommended that I be a district employee instead of a third-party vendor. 2 years, great. I only subbed for special ed 2-3 times a month. And then I came to this board in November of 2024 to advocate for my son. Nothing was done. I came back in March of 2025, and I have not subbed since. There's been no reason for me not subbing. I have never had a complaint, for the teachers or administration about my performance as a sub. I can't help to think I have been blacklisted and retaliated against. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
Good evening. My name is Norma Martin. I have 3 children currently in Faber, 2 special ed children. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of special ed as best as I possibly can. I encourage this board to seriously consider our special ed department in its current position. Children with disabilities are not being given IEPs. They are being rejected from IEPs no matter how many times their parents go to the child study team, no matter how many times they bring outside evaluations. Those evaluations are not even considered, even though parents are told that they are free to bring them and that they will be looked over. This district, especially the special ed department, is very selective as to what information they will look at and what information they will not look at. They look at iReady scores when they serve the narrative of the child study team. They don't look at them when they serve the narrative of the parent. As a parent with 2 children on the spectrum, I tell you, there is no parent that wants their child to receive services unless they deeply know and feel that they need services. There's no parent that wants their children pulled out of class because they have to receive services. We come to you because we know that our children need more than what is currently being given to them. And by not giving them these services, you place a hardship on parents, on the families, not just the parents, but on the other children in the household, because parents are then forced to get private services that tap into their personal time. The other siblings are not able to take part in academics because there's frankly no time left. Because my child was rejected, I had to go outside and get private services, and Superintendent Ross, you're aware of that because I did reach out to you on several occasions for your assistance because my child doesn't have an IEP. They are not given the same sort of leeway that children who do have IEPs. I had to go and get my own ABA therapist. I requested on numerous occasions to have my ABA therapist watch my child in the setting, in their natural setting, so that they could best tailor their ABA therapy, and was rejected on numerous occasions. I even so much as went to say, just let him stand in the parking lot and watch them on the playground so they can watch how my child interacts to better tailor his ABA services, and was rejected again. This is not a district of collaboration. You speak of wanting parent interaction, you speak of collaboration between parents and teachers, but that is not what you really want. You want us to be sheep. You want us to listen to what you say, do as you say, to not ask questions, to not advocate for our children. As far as the child study team is concerned, I would deeply encourage you to look into them. These individuals have been extremely disrespectful to parents who are receiving notification that their children have disabilities for the first time. And I assure you as a parent, that is a very challenging thing to deal with. That to not receive support from the district on top of that can leave a parent in complete disarray. We have nowhere else to turn to. As you've mentioned, our district is in a poverty level, as you would consider, meaning that we don't have the ability to go out and get private services when services within the school are not granted. I would also like to say that because one of my child has been rejected from services for over 2 years now, the fight that I've had to go through with Dr. Santinello has now allowed him to receive partial servicing. But what you fail to realize is because he hasn't received services, they have to go backwards now in order to go forwards. He has to relearn what he should have learned 2 years ago while still being kept up to speed with his current curriculum. It's a task that is challenging for an adult to take on, let alone a child. When you deny a child services, you put them in a hardship. You put them in a position of failure. We need to move from a position of reactive to proactive. It is not harmful to give children additional services, whether they qualify for an IEP or not. But when you safeguard and keep those within an IEP and don't allow the children who really need them to get those services, you place them at a disadvantage. And if you have any hope that our numbers are ever going to get any better, you have to start here and look here and start to give our children the accommodations that they really need. I encourage you as a board to look into the special ed department and ask yourselves this question. How many parents have come, requested an IEP and been rejected? How many children with diagnosed disabilities do not receive an IEP or do not receive services within these 3 schools? I think you may be shocked to see how many parents come yearly and request that evaluations be done, that it bring private evaluations to these meetings and are still rejected time and time again. I can tell you I've been rejected over 4 times in the course of 2 years for my child with a diagnosed disability. Lastly, I'd like to say that high-functioning individuals do not mean no support. It may mean low support, but it still means support. By giving support, you only encourage and help that child to meet their maximum capability. By denying it, you put them in free fall. I'd also like to say that the teachers at Faber are fantastic, and that they have gone above and beyond where the special ed department has failed. They have put themselves in a position to take on more than they frankly should, because your special ed department is not doing their job. You're putting hardships on teachers, and you're placing other children in a position where they can't receive what they need because a teacher is maxed out. They're stretched too far. As a parent, I was given the option to allow my child to fail, and that was the only way my child would potentially receive services. But the emotional component there was one that was not considered. By allowing a child to fail like that, you have to take into consideration what it's going to take to bring them back. I was not willing to do that. So because of that, my child stayed status quo. And your child study team said, your child's doing fine, without taking into consideration that the reason my child was doing as well as they were was because I was paying tens of thousands of dollars.
Thank you. Other comments?
Hi, Nicole Moore, Dunellen resident. As you know, I will be stepping into the role of Board of Education member in January. I'm neutral in this decision until I take my place on this board, and I can have a better understanding of all the sides. However, I do think it might be worth pausing until the questions and concerns raised by these parents can be properly addressed. Ignoring these concerns will only further upset and anger the parents and the community, and could potentially hurt one of the 3 pillars that are so important to this school, building relationships. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
Kimberly Green, Faber. Ms. Moore just talked about building relationships, and I find that very interesting because when you build a relationship, you work together with people. And the town has asked Mr. Ross, since he got here, to do a residency check. Mr. Ross has declined, saying that was not needed. I did not realize it was the board's responsibility, and I emailed the town. I spoke with the town, and they were told again, they told me again, they saw no need. I was subbing in Miss Gunther's 3rd grade class, and the kids were always so surprised and excited to find out I live in Dunellen. And this one little girl jumped up, and she said, I live in Plainfield. 7 or 8 other kids said, shh, you're not supposed to say that. Why would they know that? They all live in Plainfield. I did report this to the main office, and the main office reported that that little girl has a brother in the school system. So that's 10 kids right there. At $6,400 a kid, $64,000 that could have been saved. And that's not the grade. That was one class. So there's plenty other kids. That $64,000 maybe could have been used to buy Faber paper. Faber always runs out of paper. It's ridiculous. The other building relationship was Mr. Ross rejected the county's offer to provide free training, cyber training, online stalking, all the internet stuff. It would have been offered for free from the county, and it would have been tailored. The community would have had input as to, what they wanted. Mr. Ross was approached multiple times and said no every single time. I cannot understand why we would ever receive free services, even if we were getting them from multiple agencies. Is there ever too much that a parent can learn to keep their child safe? And at the end, I will email the board all the contact information so you can verify my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alina Villanueva. I'm a Dunellen resident, and I have a brother in middle school, as well as a relative who is in the elementary school who has special needs. I would just like to second what she came up here and said. I'm very disappointed in your guys' special education program. She is 9 years old and cannot even form a full sentence, yet was deducted from her speech therapy and is only receiving 30 minutes of speech therapy in a month and cannot even form a full sentence. And every time her parents, who do not speak English, are told that she is doing perfectly fine and you guys are not properly educating them on her needs, and it is ridiculous. As well as my brother, I have watched my mom stress because his 504 accommodations have not been met, and it is absolutely ridiculous. And I do think you guys are failing the special needs big time, and it is absolutely ridiculous. And that is all I need to say.
Other comments?
My name's Jeff Best, and I apologize for coming up again. There's one thing that I feel that I need to say. That what I have heard from the parents and from the teachers that have come here tonight is they feel that the job of our superintendent has been a failure. A failure is not rewarded with a raise.
Thank you. Other comments?
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Lopez Velez. Many of you know me. We're neighbors. We're friends. I've been a resident of Dunellen for 15 years. My family lived here. My siblings were graduates of this school district. And our school district is imperfect. The problems that we've spoken about tonight have existed for decades. And I applaud every parent and every educator who is here tonight advocating for improvements to our district. But I do not believe that these failures fall solely on the shoulders of Superintendent Ross. I have had the opportunity to work with Superintendent Ross as the library director. I have seen the ways in which he has sought to meet the needs of the community. Dan Ross has been a part of our community for 3 years. The problems that we're speaking about have existed for decades. And we need to seek solutions. We need to come together and not scapegoat an individual. I do not believe that seeking a new superintendent is going to put us on the right track. I agree that there are problems, they need to be addressed, but I don't think that they fall squarely on the shoulders of one individual. There are systemic problems that have existed for decades, and we need to work together as a community to find solutions. And I really hope that we find those solutions in the future. And I do believe that Dan is leading us on the right path. My daughter, Sophia, was a part of this school board. She was the first student who was involved in the Board of Education, and she had a wonderful experience. And I do believe that we can work together to find solutions to these very real problems. I'm not diminishing the problems that my friends and my neighbors have proposed tonight, but I do not believe that they fall squarely on the shoulders of one individual. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just have to say one more thing. We're talking about accountability and open dialogue. On the Dunellen board member page, not one of your contacts, so we can contact any of you guys directly to even have a conversation, is available. So I really want to know how you're inviting us to have open dialogue when the only way we've even had to contact you is by finding personal emails and social media accounts.
Thank you. Other comments? Last call. Okay. Closing 12A. Moving along to the agenda. Okay, so calling an audible. At this time, the Dunellen Board of Education will adjourn into executive session to discuss items that fall within specific exceptions to the Open Public Meetings Act. Oh, sorry, thank you. So, you need to make a motion, right? Okay, so looking for a motion to add executive session to the agenda.
Move to add an executive session to the agenda.
Second. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so at this time, the Dunellen Board of Education will now adjourn into executive session to discuss items that fall within specific exceptions to the Open Public Meetings Act, CNJSA 10-4-12B. The confidential matters discussed by the board during this executive session include items related to personnel. Any discussion that does not need to remain confidential will be made public as soon as it is practical. Minutes of the executive session will not be disclosed until the need for confidentiality no longer exists. All individuals who may be discussed in executive session have been adequately notified. Action will take place after the conclusion of the executive session. May I have a motion to move into executive session, please?
Move to go to exec.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're going to go into executive. We'll be back in about 20, 30 minutes or so. Okay, we are back. Looking for a motion to come back into public.
Move to go back to public.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Okay, so thank you for waiting. Looking for a motion to Shonda.
I move to postpone definitely item 12A. I'm sorry, is it B or A? I'm sorry.
B.
I move to postpone definitely item 12B to our next regular stated meeting, January 2026.
Second.
Okay. Questions, comments? Okay. Mr. Pepe, please call the roll.
Just for the record, can I clarify, are we postponing to January 6th or to the second January meeting?
It would be the, oh, sorry, go ahead.
The second meeting.
Thank you. Let me just write that down. For the public, I just asked that because the second meeting is not scheduled yet. That'll be determined when the reorganization meeting happens on January 6th. Okay, so we are taking a roll. Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Condit?
Yes.
Ms. Ibach?
Yes.
Dr. Gendrano?
Yes.
Mrs. Howard?
Abstain due to personal conflict.
Mr. Satinoy?
Yes.
Ms. Schimpf?
Yes.
Mrs. Shep?
No.
Mr. Walker?
No.
Motion passes, so the original motion 12B is now postponed until the second meeting in January.
Okay. Okay, moving on to item number 13, approval of minutes. Looking for a motion to approve the minutes from the November 18th board meeting.
Approve 13A.
Second.
Second.
Open for questions or comments? Last call. Okay, Mr. Pepe, please call the roll.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Condit?
Yes.
Ms. Ibach?
Yes.
Dr. Gendrano?
Yes.
Mrs. Howard?
Yes.
Mr. Satinoy?
Yes.
Ms. Schimpf?
Yes.
Mrs. Shep?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Wonderful. Moving on to item number 14, education action items, board action items, education. Looking for a motion to approve 14A 1 through 4 as a block. Oh, all of which?
Approve 14A.
Wait, do A, B, and C?
You're doing all of them, right?
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me retract that then. Looking for a motion to approve 14A through D as a block.
Approve 14A through D.
Second.
Open for questions or comments?
Again, I would like to point out this is a large chunk of information, and I understand we get the agenda far in advance, but we can overlook things when it's not broken up. And I prefer to go back to discussing reports and action items by committee.
Noted. Any other questions or comments? Last call? Okay. Mr. Pepe, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Condit?
Yes.
Ms. Ibach?
Yes.
Dr. Gendrano?
Yes.
Mrs. Howard?
Yes.
Mr. Satinoy?
Yes.
Ms. Schimpf?
Yes.
Mrs. Shep?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Motion's passed.
Okay. Moving on to item number.
I think it's 15.
Well, yes, thank you. Moving to item number 15, old business. This discussion is regarding the board meeting schedule. Did you want to take this? No? Okay. All right. So this is there's a draft here for board meeting schedule. So let's, old business, if anyone wants to discuss that. Right. And these are the dates that'll be the meeting dates for 2026. Any discussion? Okay, then moving on to 15B, the district calendar for 2026, 2027, a discussion. And this refers to the ones that we were discussing in committee. So this talks about the different options that we're discussing in committee. So, any thoughts? Remember, the issues were when does the school year end? When does the school year start? What about certain breaks that would be held during the year, whether it was a winter break or a spring break? There are tricky situations where, for example, I think Easter is, or that week is early, I think. Any thoughts?
No, sorry, I just turned my computer off. There's one with a break in November, is that correct? Just refresh, am I thinking of the right thing?
So the first one was a half day November, and then 26 and 27 that goes along with the Thanksgiving holiday, right? That one? Or you mean
The
one
one
earlier?
where around Election Day and
right.
Teachers Convention.
Right, so option one had the 5th and the 6th. Option two had the full week.
Yeah, I was just reflecting, several years ago, we had the full week, and I know that it caused some childcare issues for families.
Okay.
But again, if we're going to go in that way, I would recommend we approve it as soon as possible, so families have ample time to make arrangements.
Agree.
That's the last time we did that, though, the nice thing about it was a very big chunk of instructional time, which I think felt productive, and then a nice break, and then there was kind of a bigger chunk of time till the Christmas break. So there were benefits to that the last time, if that's the way the board decides. But just give ample notice so families can make childcare arrangements.
Yeah. And I think that was, if I'm looking at this correctly, the staff, there would be professional days that would be starting on the 26th and the 27th, I think, if that's right. But no school for the students. They wouldn't be back in until, I think they would start on the 31st. I think would be the first day in that scenario.
Okay.
But the teachers would start sooner than that. Then in the third scenario, that's also the Thursday and Friday in November, 5th and 6th, but no other days. And then the fourth scenario, same, 5th and 6th. But the different scenarios start at different times. So for example, the first scenario we were talking about where the first scenario has the first day of school for kids starting at 31st of August and the last day of school as June 17th. Scenario two, we're talking about first day of school, also the 31st, but with a change in, I guess, some of the actual breaks here. The last day of school winds up becoming the 18th, a day later. And then in option three, we have school starting on the 2nd of September, which would be after, 2nd of September, because the Labor Day weekend is late.
Yeah. Mhm.
So it's still before Labor Day weekend, but it would start on the 2nd, and then it would end, the school year would then end on the 21st of June, which is late, later than we've normally seen. And then the last one is, start date is the 8th of September, so really starting late, and that's right after, the Tuesday right after Labor Day. But then we wind up going until the 24th of June. Okay. So, any discussion on the calendar?
As always, I'm opposed to teachers and students starting before September.
Okay. Noted.
I feel like, I mean, overall, who wouldn't like to start a little bit later and also end early, right? If we can find some sort of a compromise where we're starting before Labor Day, but not in August. So, you know, even if we're looking at the kids coming back on the 3rd or the 2nd or the 3rd to shorten that week, since that's often just kind of like a get settled period of time. But if we can take into consideration the rest of the calendar where we're not ending at the very last minute in June in order to kind of compromise there.
Right. So scenario 3, and I think we can all,
I'm not speaking to any specific scenario, just saying in general the idea of trying to find a compromise between not starting in August, because I would support that, but also not waiting till after Labor Day to start, because that's really late, and we will pay a price for that at some point in the calendar. Looking at the rest of our days off and finding a way to still end earlier in June potentially, to kind of come together on both ends.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? Guys? Last call? All right. So let's move on to, sorry, I lost my place here. Item number 16, thank you. Item number 16, new business. Any new business? Okay. Moving
Yes.
on to, oh, go ahead.
I would like to thank the members of the public that came to speak out tonight. As your elected board members, we do hear you. I also like to thank Dan. When I've had questions, he's clarified many things about the construction. He's been very patient in explaining them to me. Hopefully you guys will feel more comfortable looking into those things. I do have some questions still about asbestos, and we've gone back and forth in that because he's alluded that it is non-friable asbestos. And from my research, non-friable asbestos becomes friable once it is interacted with. But as I spoke earlier to Dave, he's always helped me understand these things better, and he explained some things to me tonight. I do have a question, Dan, about some things. We had a conversation, I believe it was yesterday. It was Monday. Today's Tuesday. Yeah, Monday. You said through investigation some new things were uncovered. Could you elaborate on some of the things that were found that gave you concern?
I'm not sure exactly what you were referring to.
You said because the date was moved and you uncovered some new things that had to be looked into. I wasn't feeling very well. I don't think I questioned you further about that during our conversation.
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, when you take down walls, you always discover new things, and so, I mean, maybe that's what I was referring to.
So nothing new has been found in Faber that causes concern?
In terms of asbestos, no.
Nothing at all?
No. I mean, we've identified the pieces of asbestos that need to be remediated. We tested some additional floor tiles in
Floor tiles were one of my concerns.
Yeah, they were found to not contain asbestos. There was testing of some piece of the cinder block where asbestos was found, and then all of the rest of it was
Cinder block.
all of it was retested, and there was no asbestos found. The asbestos was identified in the caulk joint. There was like an old chalkboard that was installed on the wall. You're nodding your head. And they used this epoxy, and the epoxy contained asbestos. So that's been added to the list.
I would also like to say to the public that your concerns, as far as the construction, are also my concerns, and to the staff members that have concerns as well. I ask that you continue to share your concerns with this board so that we can ask the questions and get the answers to you. Thank you.
Any other new business?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
In looking over our agenda and some of kind of the feedback that we've received at times, and tonight included, the end of our agenda is public comments. In the beginning, we have commentary on action items. I understand, I get the logical flow. What I'm wondering is, because often we speak to a very empty room, I would imagine that time constraints certainly could impact individuals in deciding to attend. Is this a set way where we have to have public comments at the very end, or is there an ability to move it up where people would have an ability to speak without waiting out a 2 or 3 hour board meeting in order to do so?
So, I mean, I'll speak to that. This is a meeting of the board. The purpose of the meeting is for the board to do its business. So the public comment that occurs before the board action items should be related to the business that the board is doing. You could move public comment elsewhere. I mean, it's not too far after that. That's sort of where we are. If you want to move the committee reports to the end, you could move that. The committee reports sometimes do speak to the action items themselves. But I know there are boards, I think Highland Park, the committee reports are at the end after the action items. You could move the president's report and superintendent's report as well to move public comment earlier. But again, those items are sometimes related to the board action items. So there's no set way that it has to be done. It's just up to the comfort of the board.
Thank you.
Any other any other new business? Last call? Okay. So moving on to item number 17, President's remarks. I have nothing further to add this evening, other than to say have a wonderful holiday, and we'll be seeing you in the new year. At this point, we'll move to item number 18, public comments on any issue, any topic. The board invites public comment from members of our community in accordance with Board Policy 0167 on any issue or topic. Public comment sections are intended to provide an opportunity for members of the public to express themselves on school matters of community interest. The board and administration will take notes during public comment, but will not provide substantive responses to questions or concerns raised by individual speakers. If necessary, the superintendent may provide a brief response after the entire public comment period is completed. The board appreciates and welcomes feedback from the community, but is not at liberty to engage in a back and forth dialogue with members of the public during this portion of the meeting. Prior to making your public comments, please state your name and municipality. Please note that all statements must be directed to the presiding officer. Please come to the microphone at this time if you'd like to make comments on any issue or any topic.
Hi, Kimberly Green, Faber. I wanted to speak about the construction and the Department of Labor. I spoke with Angel yesterday. Angel is at the Department of Labor. He's one of the investigators. He reported to me that he was very familiar with Mr. Ross, as Angel has made numerous visits to our school system. Angel said he has issued violations at multiple visits. So much so that Angel told Mr. Ross that if he had to come out again, the Department of Labor would be issuing citations. Angel assured me that the safety of our children is their top priority, and he would be keeping close oversight of this project. He confirmed that any asbestos abatement cannot be done when people, especially children, are present. I know there's a comment about the type of asbestos matters, but according to the Department of Labor, it does not. He promised me that he will personally make sure the air is safe before our kids are allowed to return to school. I'm relieved that someone in the position of power cares about the well-being and safety of our kids and teachers. Angel's next visit was yesterday. He called me after that visit. He told me that he, quotes, he thinks Mr. Ross gets it now, end quote. But Angel said he will make sure he does. I did not ask if a citation was issued, but if one was, who pays for it? I understand that the removal was moved to spring break, but I wonder, how is this board okay with asbestos removal being done with our kids in school? Again, I will provide the board with Angel's cell information so you can confirm my statements. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Sorry, comments. Last call? Okay, moving on to, oh, go ahead, please do.
Ms. Green, so there's been a lot of conversation, right? Board members have been swayed by the emotions that have come out. I don't know who Angel is. I've never spoken to someone named Angel, and I didn't speak with him yesterday. He's never issued any citations to the district. That's totally made up. And if you would like to share Angel's card from the Department of Labor, we'd be happy to have it. I did not speak with anybody named Angel, right? This is my time to speak. We have never received a citation with regard to this project from the Department of Labor. We had the first meeting from the Department of Labor yesterday. It was Angel. 30-second meeting. How long did you meet with him for?
A couple minutes, yeah.
All right, Mr. Pepe met with Angel for a couple of minutes. That was the end of the conversation. So, excuse me, it is not your time to speak. So again, you're going to make public comments, right? These comments are on the record, right? They are false, and they are inflammatory. And I will just say again that the willingness to believe nonsense is high. I'm very frustrated by that. It is 12:10, so I might be a little bit more frustrated than I normally would be. But there's got to be some discernment between what is fact and what is fiction. I'm very disappointed in this this commentary, and I just wanted to make sure that that was noted in the record.
Mr. Ross, so moving on to item number 20, adjournment. Let's see. All right, motion to adjourn, guys. Please can someone make a motion? Oh, sorry. Yes, executive session is number 19. Sorry, I missed that. Do we want one? Yeah. Okay. Executive session. We're going to move into the next session. The Dunellen Board of Education will now adjourn into executive session to discuss items that fall within specific exceptions to the Open Public Meetings Act, CNJSA 10-4-12B. The confidential matters discussed by the board during the executive session include items related to personnel. Any discussion that does not need to remain confidential will be made public as soon as it is practical. Minutes of the executive session will not be disclosed until the need for confidentiality no longer exists. All individuals who may be discussed in executive session have been adequately notified. Action will not take place after the conclusion of the executive session. I have a motion to move to executive session, please.
Move to go to executive
Second.
session.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and for the public, we are going to move to adjournment after we exit the executive session, so there's no need to wait. There's no action that will be taken. So we will see you if you care to join us on January 6th at the reorganization meeting here, 7 o'clock. Thank you.